go. Let's go. Let me turn my camera around. Let's go. What's up, Zico? Dan run. That way we go Mookie workout too. Let's go. Mookie in the video. Mookie's working out. Okay guys, I have a good plan for today. Updates in the app. I have a lot of things to work on. I'm super grateful. I'm super grateful and blessed to have the opportunity to share the lessons that have helped me come out of a depression, to see the beauty of life again, to see the meaning all around me, and to have gratitude each and every morning. Like what I always say, gratitude is the attitude and consistency is the key. And I just feel like there's moments in my life where I once would walk past the beauty of life because all I could see was the situation I was stuck inside. And the situation I was inside was seeing the negativity. I couldn't escape the disconnection and the loneliness that was being created inside of my mind. And I would walk right past the beauty of life. And I will no longer do that. I will choose with my strength, even no matter how hard my situation is, no matter how hard my life is, I will choose to see life like a kid, as new again, to see the beauty all around me, to be grateful, and to move towards what I'm interested in doing and excited to do when I wake up in the morning. And that's what I'm doing today. So for any of you guys who don't know, I started coding when I was pretty young, and I love doing it. I absolutely love coding and making things on the computer. It's amazing to me. It's like craftsmanship. It's like, you know, like if a person who works on furniture makes like tables and chairs, and someone who's like you know, they do like a woodworker. I feel like this is my version of that. Coding, making things on the computer is like my own version of doing woodwork. And so because I can create, I can make things, and now with AI it's insane how much potential I have to create many things. And so it gets me so excited to wake up and start doing what I'm doing, working on my app, Lonnie Day, vibe coding with you guys, sharing life and talking about life. I love trying to understand life to the deepest level. I want to see what's true. I do not want to be confused at all. And that's what I'm here to do. And so I want to share the truth with other people. I want to increase my awareness and recognize why it is I'm doing what I'm doing. And that's why specifically increasing the awareness of the feelings associated with the actions are so crucial. And that's exactly what I am doing, is I'm capturing my feelings, and then I'm capturing what I'm doing, and I'm trying to understand why is it that I'm doing this thing. And like the core reasons, not just the thoughts of why I'm doing it, but actually the feelings associated with it that are the energy, right? Because the energy which we feel is like the motivation behind the action, right? If I felt nothing, imagine I felt nothing, no feeling at all. I didn't have any anger. I didn't have any joy. Imagine I was feelingless. Then where's the energy come from to do the thing that I want to do? Like, Like, you know what I mean? Like, where, if I'm not feeling lonely at all, then am I gonna do anything? If I'm not feeling stressed out or any of these things. And what are the actions that come out of being gratitude? What are the actions that will come out of being content in life or playful? And to me, I recognized that over the years, I was working really hard and I was really focused and I was stressed out and I'm like super disciplined. Wait, I need to go full screen for this because this is really important. I was so disciplined. Oh, wait, I got Mookie coming in working out in my video. What's up, Mookie? So, I was super disciplined and I swear, I was just focused and hard on myself and stressed out and worried, and I was learning how to code and I was coding, but I was just so caught in fear and worry. If I'm gonna, oh no, am I gonna make enough money? Am I gonna be able to afford my life? Am I gonna be able to do this? Am I gonna be able to do that? What if I don't have time to spend time with my friends because I have to do all this other stuff? And I just operated out of fear. I operated day and night out of fear and discipline, and I don't have time for anything other than just working. And guys, I'm telling you, that is not the way. Because the highest form of creativity comes from playing. That comes from playing. Being free. So the highest form of working is playing. And then let's go back to the app, because look at the app right here. You see right here, playful, enjoying life, seeing the beauty of life. You see what I'm saying? This is a crucial key aspect to understand, because all the time when in life people are trying to be so focused and disciplined and serious, and that's the wrong way to do things, and this is the right way to do things. But guess what? That mindset, that's limited. And I lived that way. The reason why I'm saying this is because I lived in that mindset. I lived like that, and this is my experience. My experience is I was a limited human being when I was disciplined. I was limited when I was focused. And I became limitless when I became free, when I saw the beauty of life and I started to play again. Now I'm the most creative. Do you see? You guys see what I'm seeing? Because this is my experience. I'm like a really focused, disciplined, hardworking person, and I had to come out of that to increase my potential. To be a kid again was increasing my potential of what I could create. You guys see how interesting this is? What I'm seeing? Because I went through this whole experience. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so that's why we're going into the mind. In the app is about increasing awareness of the activity that's happening in our mind, the energy which we're moving with, whether that's stress, worry, fear, all this stuff, you know, like all these negative feelings that we could be having, feeling ashamed of something, insecure of something. Or we got the positive feelings on the positive side, you know, confidence, content. These are great. So, let's go. I have what I need to do today is when I go into actually adding a feeling. So say if I go, okay, this is what I'm feeling right now, and let's just put super excited because that's kind of how I'm feeling. And then let's go energized, maxed out to 1,000. And then I should have a scale from 0 to 1,000. And then I come in here. When I click on an action, it gives me all of this information. So this is where I want to update today, because this is too complicated. There's so many input fields happening here, and I don't really love how many things are going on. So let's update this. Let's fix this, make it cleaner, nicer, more simplistic. Like the rest of the flow is so simple. It's like, what action are you taking? What's your feeling? You know, it's so simple. And then it gets to this last step and it's like, Blank. Why is this so complicated? Right here. Why is it so complicated? There's so many buttons to press in here, and it looks like I'm just dumping a bunch of input fields onto the person. So let's make this more simplistic, and let's get the prompt going right now. All right. So here's the plan. And when I click on the heart from the home screen, currently on the last page where it says, "Why are you doing this?" I want to reconfigure this in the app. So I want the "Why are you doing this?" to be already dropped down, and the selections to be there to select one of the items. And what I want is, I want there to be a save button at the bottom that continuously stays there throughout this flow. So there's going to be, we're going to take the fields that are currently on that page, that last page where "Why are you doing this?" is currently on. And what we're going to do is we're going to separate them out into individual screens that just have that singular question. So "Why are you doing this?" is going to be the question that gets asked after "What are you doing?" And then it's just going to use the same title, like how it's handwritten at the top with the blue line. I want to use that same font and style. And then I want to ask, "Why are you doing this?" And then I want there to be the drop down selections, but only show the drop down selections without actually having to click the drop down. Just, I want to see those already there. And then what I want to do is, right now there shouldn't be an input field underneath "Why are you doing this?" I don't want any input field at all right there. And then the next question should be "Who is around?" and "Where are you?" And those should be on the same page. Both of those can be on the exact same page. Both the questions using the handwritten font with the blue line, and one after the other, same page. And then the next thing is, are you feeling any like, where does this sit in the body? Yeah, just where does this sit? Or where do you feel this in your body? Yeah, where do you feel this in your body? That's the question I want to put on the last one. And it should pull up the actual human diagram just instantaneously to select the point. And at any point during this flow from "Why are you doing this?" all the way to the body, there should just be a save button with a check mark. Instead of saying "Pin to the page," I would rather just say "Save" with a check mark to the right during this whole time. And you can remove the or just pin this feeling and /skip underneath the "Pin to the page" button, as well as I want to update the how's your energy. There's a little thing that says "Slide to where you are, then let go" in the "How's your energy" section, and that label can be removed too. So okay, that's all I need to say. That label can be removed too. Okay, bing bada boom. Let's get this agent underway. Hopefully Claude doesn't need to be updated or anything like that. So guys, if any of you here from yesterday, what's up, Matas? If any of you guys were here yesterday, I was working on the Higgsfield animation for Mookie, and I was debating on putting this in the app, or I was debating putting on Kai and Maya into the app. Obviously, I want to add Mookie, but I don't know if I need to add Kai and Maya, and so I originally added this video into the login flow, but then I think I'm gonna decide to just add Mookie and not Kai and Maya, because Kai and Maya are technically for the anime show, and so yeah, I think I'm just going to be adding Mookie into the app here and there, just like sprinkle them in like super simple locations. I don't want him to be too like all over the place, just like where it makes sense, you know. Currently where he's currently at in the app is when you finish entering in this information and you click pin to the page, he pops up and gives you a little thumbs up right there. But so stuff like that I feel like is fine. And then, but if someone, here's the thing though, if somebody says like a sad feeling, say somebody said they're like, oh, I'm super lonely or something, then I don't want him to jump up in it with a thumbs up, you know, because obviously the person's saying they're not feeling good. So he needs to come up and kind of be not so excited, because that could be that, you know, when you're feeling sad, you don't want all that positive energy in your face, you know. And so we need to generate Mookie just doing a little meditation pose, and I want to create another prompt. Let me just recall the prompt I did yesterday. Mookie green screen. I want a green screen video of Mookie use the Higgsfield not the MCP server, but the Higgsfield prompt skill that I have installed, and I want you to update this Mookie green screen video of him meditating, which you have previous context for, so I want you to reference that context. But one thing I noticed is I don't want his ears to be like wiggling or anything, and I just want his face to just keep that like happy, calm, like a calm meditative pose for Mookie. And like I think his tail can move or something like that, and maybe his hands can change positions from like a praying position to like his 3 fingers up, like holding it, like, you know how people do, like touch their pointer finger to their thumb, and then they do like the 3 fingers out and over their legs or something like that, or like their arms out to the side. Maybe a pose like that might be nice. Okay, let's not say might. Pose like that. Okay, now let's get this prompt. Okay, so can you just give me that Higgsfield prompt as a response, and also include the table of the seconds and what he's doing inside of the prompt? I like this little time thing. And make sure to reference the depth map, the location map, how he's like a 3D character. It's a 4-second clip too. And this clip is 9 by 16, 1080p. All right. Okay, so let's get this prompt. We'll get that prompt so we can get this new pose. And then the other thing, 1 second, let me go full screen for a second. Ledge bottom. One question. Okay. Ledge bottom. Okay. Okay, so is Mookie muted when I go full screen? Now there's another thing I need to update in the app, which is in the ledger, there's this section down here where notice off the clock, and I need to get this removed. When I click into the ledger, scrolling down to the bottom, there's this label, noticed off the clock, listening 1, and that needs to be completely removed. I just want to be seeing the actual actions that are there listed, and have that, you know, the saved actions that are tracked over time, and I don't need to be seeing this off the clock thing at the bottom. Okay, get that agent doing that update. And I'm just trying to refine the app to be more ready for launch. Like I mean, obviously I'm not I still have to do a bunch of the back end stuff, but the MVP is getting very close to ready. You know, I still have a few things to do though. That the AI model that I want to integrate into the app, and also I have to work on the training for that specifically, and then as well as some of the settings I need to fix. I need to update this settings section a little bit. This is parakeet install in there, and then let me just see the calendars working right. Calendar view. There probably should be an easy way to go back to today, like if by like double clicking today or something like that. TMA, welcome to stream. What's up, Flaxit? Price, are characters in the app now? So here's the thing. I'm going to be removing the Kai and Maya from the app just because it makes it complicated and it makes you feel like it's like you're watching an anime show or something like that. Like this is like, I feel like this is almost like like an intro or something to like an anime or like some kind of thing, and I don't want to make the app like a show. It's not a show. The app is specifically for increasing awareness of actions based in fear, love, and I like the look of it right now, so I don't want to go too anime with it. But it's okay to have Mookie in there because if it makes sense, then it makes sense to put him in there. I only want to do things that make sense. And then the other thing is I had some ideas for how to update Shepherd, because Shepherd currently just has this simple like read the text, but I think it would be nice to be able to. Oh, I didn't realize the colors changed in light mode. It's actually good because you can see it better. But anyways, yeah, so I feel like what I want to do with Shepherd is I want to add like a lot of features in here actually. The ability to see the agents that are working. Imagine if I could see the agents that are working inside of this window, which means a lot because then you'd be able to run Shepherd on your machine and access it directly via the website. So that would be pretty sick. Okay. So yeah, Mookie is definitely a part of my videos and definitely a part of the anime, and obviously he's like a main character in the anime. And so let's see if it's done generating in Higgsfield. Or no, wait, I want to see if it's done the Mookie green screen. Yeah, here it is. This is the prompt that we just requested a second ago. So we're making a prompt specifically for Mookie meditating, and this is the timeline, 4-second video, prayer, palms hand together. See, this is probably good because somebody might be feeling bad, and I don't want Mookie to come in with all that too much of a like exciting energy with someone's not having a good day. So okay, so this is the prompt here. Let me see exactly all the motions. These are the motions of the character, second by second. Arms unfolded out and down in one smooth curve. Elbows swing from the ribs. Mid travel, almost at the knees. Hands down. Ring little. Okay, cool. Alright, awesome. Alright, yeah. This is gonna be good. The only thing I might have to kind of clarify is that he might be too close to the camera. Roughly 36% of the frame width. His full silhouette, including the outstretched tail, spans roughly 36% of the frame width. Is that too big? 36%. No, that should be right. Let's try it. If it's too big, then I'll fix it after. All right, I'm doing a back workout and shoulders today because those are the two things that I feel like I want to work out the most. And I need to get some stretching in a little bit, to be honest. Let's go back to the Shepherd agent. Remove ledger label. Heart multiple flow. This agent's still working. Okay. Let me go full speed real quick. I need to get a stretch in, guys. Seriously. Let me go do that. Then I'll get a quick workout in after that. See, my camera goes black, and then I don't know why my camera is going black. What the heck? 1 second, guys. There we go. Alright. That feels good. That's a good stretch. Alright, let's get music going. Get this music going so I can get a little workout in here. Like Mookie. Let's go. Okay. Full screen. Full screen. There we go. I want to get Mookie. I want to do like more things with Mookie and get him like rendered in even better into the video. It's really hard with live streaming to get characters in and looking like really good. But I'm gonna keep working on it. I'm gonna keep working on it until I perfect it. John, I eat chicken. I eat chicken. That's what I'm on. I'm on chicken. And wild caught salmon and grass-fed beef. That's what I'm on. Okay, let me rebuild the app. It looks like dependency found, no app intent as a framework dependency found. I think I probably should work on some of these warning messages I'm getting. Warning, expression, async, but is not marked wait. I probably should work on some of these warnings. I wonder, let me open up Xcode. Open up Lonnie Day. Fluid Audio was the NVIDIA package, I think, that I used. Yeah, this is the speech to text. Let's just build it and see. iPhone Pro Max simulator? Yeah, I think that's right. Let me launch this. Healthy mind, healthy body. Yeah, that's right. It starts in the mind. That's what the app is about. You know, I worked out every single day. And you know the biggest thing that stopped me from going to the gym to work out? My mind. And so this application is it's about understanding if my actions are, or it's about increasing awareness of the feelings we're having and the actions taking behind it. So that's why I have in here just being, because sometimes in life we're just doing nothing, and I want to capture the nothingness. I want to capture what I'm feeling in the nothingness, because it's not nothing, it's always something, right? Because I'm a human being, I'm not a human nothing, you know? So even when I'm doing nothing, I'm still a human being. And what am I being? And so inside of that time when we're just sitting on the couch, we could be feeling worried while we're just sitting there. And that worry or that stress or that anxiety or that anxious feeling or that sadness or the loneliness, that might be the thing that's holding us back from even going to work out. And so to recognize these things is a crucial fact. And that's why this app is important, because it's about recognizing the feelings and then the thing I'm choosing to do, right? Because just because there's no action doesn't mean there isn't an action. The action is I'm on the couch. The action is I'm not, you know, you know, in nothing there is something. So that's also what this app is about. It's about capturing the feelings associated with what I'm doing. You know what I mean? I'm not a human nothing, I'm a human being. 0x Alpha beats Fable 5, no way. Also use BigPocket. It's crazy, and it's free on Open Code. Yeah, so I do have it installed right here. I have everything up and running. Actually, was gonna test out and see. Wait, why am I? Wait, main. Interesting. So what HFS Ninja is talking about is there's a new model that got like released by this stealth like provider on OpenRouter, but literally it's called stealth, and they've had a lot of people like using their model, and it just recently got launched. So let me see if I can see the information. I saw one chart that was interesting. I'm trying to find that same chart. Where is it? Listed. It's not this chart. Uptime. Activity. Anyways, so it's been all over Twitter and stuff like that. OX Alpha is a model, sustained agentic work, 1 million context token window, and it's on OpenRouter. So this is it. This is literally it. And I don't know what to have it work on. You know, the biggest, most difficult thing that I have had a hard time creating was this inside of the app, and the best output I got was Opus. So I gave it a 3D model, and it was able to generate this output, which was really cool. So I gave this to Kimi K3. I've given this to every model, and you can go back to some of my other videos and see like how terrible it outputs sometimes. And so I think what would be good is to try to give this to Zero Alpha. It's free and unlimited. Is that really a thing? So let's go into vibing, human. So here is the previous project right here. I think this was, I should have labeled this which one it was. I don't know if this was Kimi K3 or Grok, but I was working with Grok as well on this project. So I probably should be saving. Let me create a new folder called, I think this was Grok. This was Grok, I remember. I can look back at the live stream to figure out if this is Grok, but Grok 4.6, I think this was. And then let's do file, new folder, and let's try to get OX Alpha this same challenge. Let's see what it can do. I'll show you guys the best that Grok could do and the best that Opus do. Well, the Opus is in the app, is actually in my app. Okay, so let's close out of this. And let's open a new tab, and let's drop this folder in here. Boom, bada boom. And run Open Code. I wish I had the OG prompt. I do have the OG prompt saved somewhere in Whisper Flow. Is there a way to search? Yeah. Swift, human, 3D, human. Let's see if we can find it. The original prompt I gave. It was from, what day was that, guys? It was the day Grok came out. Let's see. Grok. This. Released today. This is day 2042. Let's pull up this video from my live stream. So Here's Grok creating the human model. Look at how bad it was. It was so bad. But then I gave it another shot, and I had a better I had better context because I had better assets to provide to it, which I downloaded like a 3D model to give it to it. But okay, this was, what's the actual date of this? Does it didn't say the date on, oh here, August 12th. See if I can get the actual prompt inside of August 12th. It was a pretty long prompt. Here it is. August 12th. This is it. Okay, I'm trying to make a 3D human object. This is exactly the prompt that I gave Grok and Opus. The only thing is I need the whatchamacallit, that 3D model that I had, because at the end of the test I gave him a 3D model. I think it's in save. Yeah, it's gotta be in here. Desktop, save, downloads, save. Here it is, found it. Okay, so let's give it this. Here's a 3D model. It's a GLB file of the 3D human that I'm trying to recreate. This is for your reference. Let me give it one last thing. Also, do not change anything outside of the current directory that you're in, this human folder, vibing human directory that you're in. I don't want you to modify any files on my computer other than this in this specific folder. Okay, let's give it to that. It's free? Unlimited? I don't even have a subscription or anything? What the heck? So let me just give you guys context for anyone who wasn't here on the day where we were working on this. It's a 3D model that is coded inside of Swift, like the iPhone app, and like an iPhone. And I'm trying to pull up the actual point in the videos where I showed the character, showed the actual. So the end result after this day was Opus 5 created actually something pretty decent, but it took like 3 hours or something to create, and I tried it like multiple times. Grok was outputting the results in like 30 minutes, while Opus was taking like all day. And here we go. Here we go. Look at this. This is like how broken it looks. This is a really hard test to do because look at how broken this 3D model was. Let me go full screen so you guys can just see what was on my computer that day. It's just like so terrible. And this was Grok on the first shot. And then this was like another shot of it. The foot was all wonky. Yeah, so it's a complicated thing to execute for the models. So it's a good little test that I do because since I'm creating iPhone apps, you know, it's important to me to be able to generate complex things inside of Swift. So we'll see. We're about to find out what 0x alpha can create using the exact same prompt, the exact same information. But I do have to say though that once I gave it the 3D model that I just gave it, those original prompts did not have this reference to this GLB 3D model. So that's why they were so terrible. Once I gave it that model to reference, they created much better outputs. Like GPT 5.6 created a better output. It was just a weird rendering. I could probably pull it up. I'll pull it up right now. Let me go into my file system real quick, so we can compare the end result. Oh, I need to allow always. Why is it trying to go to one directory up though? I think it's just because I told it to look at. How do I just always allow? Shoot, I don't really like it. I don't really like it going into my project folder though. That's my main project folder. It's only trying to read. Just want read access only. I told it not to change anything, so it should be okay. Yeah, I'm testing out this alpha, this OX alpha. I'm trusting it right now with reading my project. It feels kind of sketchy to do, but I do have Git installed, so I should be able to see if it changed anything, but I told it not to. I really feel it feels weird using models that are new on my computer because they can do whatever they want, you know what I mean? Imagine 0x alpha just was like some kind of a hacker thing, because it's created by some stealth company. Nobody even knows what it is, pretty much. Did people know who created this anyway? Super sketch. I probably should it's just reading things anyway, so it's not a big deal. I mean, open router put it in open code, so, and everybody's using it, so. So let me pull up the other renderings so that you guys can see Grok. Let's pull Grok up. I don't know why I'm loading everything on my own when I could just be loading it in here. Oh wait, this is the wrong folder. This is the wrong folder, that's why. I haven't, oh, this is why, because I haven't put the actual folders into here. I haven't actually changed the folder directories in my thing, so that's why I was doing this. Can you, nah, you know what, I'm gonna do, I have a skill installed inside of Claude that, this is why I like Shepherd so much, because I don't like having to do folder systems and stuff like that, or change my folder inside the terminal so much. This Shepherd is so useful because all you have to do is click on the folder right there, and then click on the agent you want, and then just tell it what you want, and boom, bing, bada boom. It's so fast. and this is so slow. Having to drop your folder in and everything like that. Human, can you please open this project in the simulator? Okay, I'm just gonna close that. I don't need to see that because inside of my app. So, okay, Opus created this. Oh wait, this is it. This is what Grok made. Okay, wait, let me show you guys what Opus made. So this is the previous test, and this is what 0x alpha is trying to do right now, and it's a very difficult task. So let me load into an actual action so I can pull up. Inside of my app, I have this 3D model of a human being. You can select points on it and change the intensity of like what you're feeling and stuff like that. And Opus took like 3 hours or so to generate this, and it was using a reference to a 3D model, which I did give to 0x alpha. But I want to show you this is what Grok 5.6 made. And so it was, just look at how it rendered it. Like, it's hard to see, and also it's the wrong dimensions, like from the side. You see it's like not correct. It's like stretched out. So Grok couldn't do it. And so it took 30 minutes to do it though, and I feel like maybe if I had a way to tell Grok, spend another 3 hours working on this, you know what I'm saying? And so right now, OX Alpha is trying to do it, and I don't even have a subscription, and it's completely free. Is this legitimate? Why is OX Alpha free? OX Alpha is offered free as a temporary promotional preview by its anonymous developers. How big of a motion codes? Oh, updated username out here. Oh, at least you got the same thumbnail. Keep your profile picture at least for now. No, I'm just kidding. All right, OX Alpha. How do we know if it's how difficult is it? What kind of equipment do you need to run a model similar to OX Alpha? Like, how much hardware do you need? Running model OX also locally virtually impossible. Yeah. What do you need though? You need at least a minimum of 8 NVIDIA H100s or 200s. Okay, so how much does it cost? How much does it cost to have 8 NVIDIA 200s? H200s. What is this? It's like $30,000. So it would cost $500,000. So whoever created 0x Alpha is just allowing people to use their machines for free. Classy, you bought H200s? What do you do with them? What's the difference between H200s and B300? NVIDIA. The primary difference is that H200 belongs to the older Hopper generation and the B300 is the newer Blackwell generation. Oh, here's the actual specs. VRAM is like doubled. Memory bandwidth is like doubled. P-flops. Okay, so Michael says, thanks for mentioning 0x alpha. Now I can code the entire night. Yeah, just go get open code and download it and just switch to 0x alpha free model. They're just letting people use it. And apparently it has a million context window and it's we're about to find out if it's decent at doing what I wanted it to do. But I think I forgot to give it an image. I had a specific image or something, or video that I think I didn't reference. Shoot, I think it's missing context. Well, we're about to find out what happens. Because I had a video file I think I was giving. It's 1,000 requests per day. It's because they're marketing their own tool. Okay. I wonder if I could use. What happens? Okay, I want to add open. I have open code. What happens if I execute an open code straight in my thing? So let me go to this default folder and just say something. Hey, what's up? I wonder what model this gets sent to in Shepherd. So for anyone that doesn't know, this is my Shepherd, a little CLI tool that I coded to manage my agents and the folders they're in. So you can send agents into folders and you just choose like who you type who, and then you can pick your agent, and then you can switch which folder by typing where. And you could add folders in there too, like by just clicking add and then drop a folder in there. You can have like your default projects and stuff like that. Super nice, and it runs in the background too. So if I click Control C and I quit out of Shepherd, and then if I rerun it, then oh, here it is. Everything is still running inside of a session in the background. This is and whenever you run it inside of Herder, like I don't know if you guys ever use Herder, but if you run it inside of Herder, it attaches to the Herder session, and so it'll send all of the agents into Herder's current like session context and stuff like that in the tabs. So it's this cool little thing. And then you can also oh, it does look at hey, what's up, and then it sends it to 0x alpha. So whichever model I select, that's what it's gonna use. That's cool. So I can send messages using 0x alpha using open code. I didn't realize that you didn't have to, once you select a model in open code, it just sticks to that model as the default. So what happens if I just open up open code? Yeah, it just defaults to whatever model you previously had selected. That's what it does. Open Code agent config is very good. Each agent can have a different model. Oh, okay. I'm using it right now in Open Code via OpenRouter, but it's so slow, can't even create a simple Next.js site. Oh, thanks for letting me know that, because this prompt, then that means this prompt's gonna take all day. This prompt may never, I might get off the stream in 6 hours or 4 hours, and this might not be finished, to be honest. I wanna double check what it's doing too, so let me just pause this, because it's gonna take all day to do this. I already know it. And then let me go in. I just want to verify inside of here. Hey Claude, I recently ran Open Code, a new agent, just 0x alpha, and it accessed this project and was trying to reference some files in here while I was working. I just want to verify that no files were changed. Can you just check the get repo and the project and see that the state's the same as where it was left off, because that agent was working. I just want to verify that it's the same. In the future, I am going to make sure to like create a working tree or create like a second project before I just allow a new model to just access my information, my main project and stuff. That's actually kind of sketchy. I did not like that at all. That felt super, because what if the agent just started hallucinating and deleting files or copying files over to its own project and leaving them behind, like leaving nothing behind in that folder. I don't know, you never know. Like agents, this is a brand new model and the agent can do whatever it wants to do when you give it access. So luckily I have a git repo and everything. I don't know why it keeps generating him so big. He's like so big on the screen. So I like this though, but let's update the prompt for Higgsfield. So for anyone who just dropped into the video, my application is, well, that's not my application. I'm trying to add a thing into the login flow. Or no, I'm trying to add a video of Mookie meditating at the end of entering in the information in my app. And this is my app right here. It's called Lonnie Day. It's for increasing awareness of actions spaced in fear or love. I fell into depression, had to learn the lessons of how to get out of it, and the app is the information that I learned to get out of it. What I needed is what it is, and so hopefully I can find people who will appreciate it like I would, like I do. And so I'm build succeeded with one warning. Alright, so I want to update the Mookie characters. Mookie green screen. This is it. Okay, I just need to update this prompt. Everything's great. The only thing is the green screen needs to be, the hex code needs to be referenced in the prompt. Okay, hex code, and the hex code is green screen hex code. It's 01B 00B14. Okay, and then also Mookie needs to be much smaller on the screen. He's way too large. He needs to be like 50% smaller. I think there's an update for Claude Code, so let me just see this. Yeah, there is. It's going to 0.240 now. There was 2 updates last night. Okay, so we're getting the new prompt for Mookie, and also I noticed that the verified get state is done, so I wanted to see if any files were changed by 0auth. Nothing changed. The repo is exactly where it left off. Thank goodness. Git status completely clean. No modified, unstaged, deleted, or untracked files. Thank goodness. Okay. Also check since the agent poked around. Could have wandered API. Clean. Okay. It's all clean. Okay, so I paused 0x alpha in the middle of it creating this. All it did was create one file called bakebody.py Python file. Literally, it's going to take forever. You want to know why? Because it's a free model that everybody on X is using right now. So it's probably bogged down with too many requests. What's the localhost 8787? This right here is for communicating with my agents. So, for instance, like, let me just clear this out. So, it says right here, click the shepherd to paste your text. So if I click here, it pastes the information. But I have this shortcut where if I just hit Control S on my keyboard, it sends whatever the agent reply is to this. And then what I can do is I can save information over here. So for instance, these are all the commands for Shepherd. So I saved this prompt. This is a prompt and a reply from an agent, and it has all of the commands for Shepherd, like Shepherd session, Shepherd this, and this is the Shepherd backend. And I have a lot of plans for upgrading this, and that's one of the things I actually wanted to work on, which is updating the web of Shepherd to connect with the active running session and to be able to see what's happening inside of my CLI. Like, because what I'm thinking is it will be really cool to be able to like open up my phone and see the status of my agents and stuff. Because sometimes, like right now I'm chilling, but like sometimes I have like 5, 6, 7 agents all working at the same time, and you know, I just like to see what's going on. And it's nice to be able to go into the actual like Claude Code agent straight away, so you don't have to interact with some UI that is created by some third-party company. Like, you know, I can just go and interact directly with Codex, GPT-5.6 Sol in the CLI, and it's way more efficient. And the reason why I think this is valuable as well is because imagine I have this running in the cloud on a server, you know, and then I can easily pull down the information into here from like a instance of Shepherd in the cloud. And so that's why I wanted to create Shepherd to be this way. But anyways, I wanted to check out the updates to my app, because let me rebuild the application real quickly in the agent view and also in the my agent or my simulator. I need to give OX Alpha more context for the thing that it was working on. I need to give more context for the thing I was working on. When do I think the app will be done? The app will be done once I get the, well, okay, I probably have a month out or 2 months out, but it depends on the milestone which I want to stop working and upload it to the App Store. Because if I want to stop at just the bare minimum MVP, then I could get that out probably in a month if I start working on the AWS servers and stuff like that and getting everything hosted. But if I want to keep building out the MVP to have a little bit more features, which I think I do, then probably 2 months. But okay, so I changed the login. I changed the flow of entering in the feelings. So for anyone who doesn't know, my app is about capturing what's happening right now and the true reason behind what we're doing. And energy is a source of, imagine having no feeling at all. Imagine not even caring about anything. Then most likely, why would I do anything at all? You know, I've been in a depression, and that's exactly what happened to me. When I just stopped caring about anything at all and having no feelings for anything, I just literally laid and didn't do anything. Because being angry is that energy you can move with, or being anxious and stressed out or worried is the energy you can move with, or even sadness or loneliness. And so these feelings, right, even if they're negative, they're like an energy to have a reason to do something. And same with like being like excited or something like that, or just playing interested. You know, being interested is something that propels into action, right? And so whether an action is based in love or based in fear, based in connection or disconnection, these are the energies that are like I've noticed over the past 2 years that have like pushed me into what I was choosing to do. And so noticing the feeling is a crucial part of the app, and then the energy level which I have, which is whether it's low or high, association with what I'm actually doing. And then I want to ask why are you doing this? And then there's like these core reasons. Like this is like the mental reason. Like, what's the mental reason why I feel like I'm just doing this? And then it gives you the options right here. And then that actually ends the flow, but that's not all the information, because there's this who's around and where are you section. So I wanted to add that to this, but this is an update that I recently just changed this morning. So I need to add that into the flow of that. But I think that's probably all the information necessary to be able to get the ledger, to have enough information to show you which, you know, for this action, say coding Lonnie Day, this is how often I'm in fear or love or something like that. And depending on what you're doing, it could be drastically different. Like how often I'm feeling a certain energy while I'm doing something, or maybe the energy is propelling me into the thing that I'm doing. And that's the awareness that this is about. It's about just becoming aware. Is it this energy that's pushing me into this action, or is it this action that's pushing me to have this feeling? And what do I need to change in my life? Do I need to change what I'm doing, or do I need to change how I'm feeling about what I'm doing? And or maybe it's not even about, but it's just changing my feelings in general. Like you can shift from, I noticed from my own experience that I could shift from feeling lonely to connected without actually changing my external circumstances. And so this is something I want to share in the learning section of the app. And so it's all about understanding life and the mind and seeing the truth. I am what I see, and I'm not separated from anybody. And that's like a deep core truth I had to realize, because I was existing as a separate, isolated person that was lonely and disconnected and worried and stressed out. And that's how I ended up in the depression, because I was seeing the world not for the truth of what it actually is. And I had to become aware of my negative impact on other people and realize, you know what, I am connected with everyone, and right now I'm bringing everybody down because of my depression. I'm bringing everybody down because I'm not interacting with people or this or that, you know what I mean? And so I had to become aware of some of this stuff and start to feel the difference between disconnection and connection, and my impact on other people and stuff. So yeah, it's super cool. This app is about understanding the truth as best I can, and seeing and understanding my mind, and bringing the unseen activity happening in my mind to the light, to bring it to light, to see it on my phone, because where else can I see it? I can't see it anywhere else because it's happening up here. All the memories of the past, ideas of the future are happening right now inside of my mind, and the feelings I'm having associated with it, you know, those feelings are happening all inside, and you can't like actually see it. And so that's the app. That's what the app is for. It's to increase awareness. Why am I doing what I'm doing? And so that's just a quick rundown on my app for anyone who's in the stream who hasn't understood this app that I'm working on. And then I also, on top of that, I have an anime. I'm working on an anime show with Mookie. That is going to be, he's going to be like my main character for the anime show, and it's Kai and Maya. And I've been working on these characters. I have a bunch of like old renderings of them, and I have the new renderings of them. But I'm really happy with where they're currently at. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna include those characters into include these characters into the app and into my videos, so that way there's kind of like a synergy across all the things I'm creating. And Mookie is kind of like that synergistic character that's incorporated into the things I'm creating. So today I was working on Mookie in the thumbnail. You guys saw the thumbnail. I had him doing his little shaka. So I'm gonna include him into the app and into my videos and stuff like that. So right now when I go in there and I save him, currently he comes up at the end of this sequence. But I want to get him in a meditation pose. And so where's my prompt green screen? Here it is. See, I haven't copied this yet. So let me copy this new prompt for the meditation, because the problem with this meditation is he's too big, his tail goes off the screen. That's not good. And the green screen is not fully, it shouldn't be lit like that from the top. So I updated the prompt, and I'm trying to go into Shepherd so I can paste the information: body height, legs, width, before, after. Okay, wait, I need to update this prompt again because that's too tall. I don't want the main top legs before, after. The percentage of his body needs to be even smaller than that. So we need to get him pretty small. I'm not trying to make him ginormous in the video shot. So I need to go another 50% smaller. It keeps making him ginormous. This is the prompt though that I'm gonna enter into Higgsfield. It's only a 4-second video. Look at how much information is required in Higgsfield for a 4-second video. It's actually wild. That's why it's crucial to use Claude to assist in generating these Higgsfield prompts. But I have Mookie in here already as a character element, so when I go to my elements, you can see he's in here. I got a front back spacing shot, and there's a description of him as well. And then whenever I prompt in Higgsfield at Mookie, it references the character element. So that's why I use Claude Code, because it puts wherever Mookie's described, it puts at Mookie, and then there's the green screen hex code that I put in there, which is good. This is the output coming out. Okay, so this is such a long prompt. Is it cheap to run Higgs? How much is your plan? Yeah, there's a lot of, it's like, it costs a decent amount. I would say it's not that cheap. It's like $2 or, it feels like it's at least $1 or $2 every time I do it. Like even the lowest amount, like for like 36 credits. Let's see how much that is. How much is 36 credits on Higgsfield? It's $1.69 to $2, depending on if you got like a discount when you bought them. But yeah. So I mean, I don't know. It adds up pretty fast. That's only 4 seconds, and then sometimes I'm doing like a 15 or 30 second video, and then it's like $10 or $5. So yeah, it's definitely not cheap. Is it worth getting pro plan? Yeah, let's look at their plans real quick. Okay, now he's gonna be much smaller with the hex code, so let's just try this prompt. He might be too small at this point, but let's just try it. Okay, that's generating. And then let's go back to the app and dude, I need to stretch. It's crazy how much I need to stretch. Whoa. Oh, man. So what I need to update in the app is this current flow right here. It ends with what are you doing? And I think I want it to continue on maybe. Nothing much, just being. I want to update that. Let's go app. Can you remove nothing much, just being at the bottom of the what are you doing page when I click on the heart from the home page? It's a label that's all the way at the bottom of the actions list on, you know, at the bottom of the page there. Nothing much, just being. Yeah, let's remove that. Okay. Don't ask me again. Now, okay, so when I go into here, then it asks me this, which is the why are you doing this question, and then and then there's two. Oh, did you see that? There's like two more. It says there's two more tabs, but then it just gives me the monkey. So that's an error. Verify, remove multi-heart. Okay, so what I notice is happening is when I go in, I'm in the flow. When I click the heart and add my feelings from the, or notice a feeling from the home page, I notice that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dots at the top of the view. But once I get past the why are you doing this question, it gives me like the animation of Mookie, and it adds the action to the actual page. But I wanna, once I select why are you doing this, it should just go to the next page, because if I click save, then it actually finishes out. And I guess what I realized is that I want to remove the save button from the why are you doing this page, and I want that to just be only able to select one of the whys, so you can go to the next page. Okay, this is gonna be better. This is gonna be better because it's way simpler to just have these options like bing, 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 versus before. I don't know if you guys remember what it was like before, but it was way more complicated looking. Let me see if it's, yeah, here it is. So it says why are you doing this right here, and there's like a drop down, and then there's all this information. It looks really complicated, like what is happening on this page right now. And so this way it's just like focused on just answer one of these questions. That's all you have to do. So simplicity is the key. That's what I'm trying to do. Simplify everything and make it super straightforward, because the core function of the app needs to be like so simple and streamlined. And that's why the app is looking like this. It's simplicity. I want it to be simple. And then ultimately I just say I'm coding Lonnie Day right now, and this is, and I'm just at peace, focused. So it's gonna take that voice recording, and it's going to interpret the information. You know, it probably wasn't the most thing to say, but it's interesting to see what it says, what it gathers from that. Let me try again. I'm coding Lonnie Day and just focused and excited to finish the project, to get it in the app store. Okay, let's see what that comes back as. So it says coding, excited, high energy level. So it picks the feeling for you, and it picks everything for you. It uses AI to do that. And then it gives you all the information you can enter into the single thing. So most people are just going to use that voice prompt, but I wanted to do it by hand as well, just so it's there in case, you know, you're in a place where you just don't want to talk and you just want to be quiet. But also, like, if you click the plus button, it'll just add it'll just add action, bing bada boom, like in one button. I can go like that and add action without actually doing anything else other than that. So it's really like, the key is to be simple, and then the video record is gonna record what you're doing, so you can share what you're doing with your person who's in the app. So you have like the friends list, the accountability people, anybody who you really like are close with and you feel like you'd want to do this app with. It's a good like accountability thing to be accountability partners and show up every day and like see what your friend's doing. So that's why there's video, to share with your friend like what you're doing and then actually how your day is going, like versus just like doing this by yourself. And so those like the core thing. And then obviously the data, like to see the data of the actions and be able to look in, like I spent this amount of time coding, and this is the feeling and the energy level that I had when I was doing it. Like I was either feeling unpleasant or pleasant. And so it's all, this is all on my computer, by the way. This is not in the app store yet. This is just, you're seeing me code it right now. It's all about understanding fear, love. Like that, it comes down to seeing the truth of who I am, to feel it's about getting closer to understanding who I am as a person. And by understanding and increasing awareness of actions based in fear, love, I move more towards like I was when I was a kid. And I noticed that has happened to me when I recognize why I'm doing what I'm doing, if it's based in fear or love. It's actually a pretty incredible shift that happened in my life. Oh, I need to get a quick workout in real quick. So let's go full screen, get a workout in, get the songs going. Get the songs going real quick. Here we go. Bing bada boom, bing bada boom. Change camera. My camera doesn't always want to change. Hold up, guys. I need to get some water real quick. That's a whoop band. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. You know me. That's right. That's a mango. Edo meats. That's a mango tree. Rocking chair. Mangoes. It's actually a beautiful. It's actually a wonderful chair. Mango. Alright, so we're gonna get back to Mookie in a second. Let me just get my water figured out. I'm doing something right now. Birdies. Whoops. There we go. Alright. Don't spill the green. Don't spill the green. Hopefully that wasn't too much. Hopefully that wasn't too much. A little bit extra, but that's okay. Okay, let's get to the app. So, here we go. We're going in here. We're going in Higgsfield because, of course, it added lighting in the background. Oh, his tail goes off the screen. Can't be having that. It's close. Close, but no cigar. Also, why does his eyes look off in that video? The elements. This is the thing about Higgsfield is like there's slight variations happening. Can't be having that. Verify, get. Okay, so everything is almost perfect except his tail goes off the screen. Any part of the character cannot be rendered off of the actual video. Like his tail can't get cut off on the sides when it's going back and forth. So either one has to happen. He either needs to be even smaller than how you're currently telling it to be rendered. I honestly think that it still could be rendered even smaller. Mookie's character. Because it doesn't need to be that big. He doesn't need to be big. And also, the green screen in the background has lighting coming from the top. So anywhere there's talking about lighting the background, that needs to be removed. There should be no lighting in the background. There only should be the lighting that lights the character, and then the background itself is just that hex code that I gave you. What's up? We got a lot of new people in the chat today, so MooCorp, you've been working out during the breaks. Let's go. That's the key. We gotta work out together. Next time I work out, I'm gonna mention that. All right, we're all working out together. Let's go. Let's get a little workout in. I'm telling you guys, most of my working out is done while I'm streaming, so I'm getting some good workouts while I'm streaming. Some days better, some days are worse, some days are better, but that's life. That's life. I gotta update the app because one of the agents finished while I was working. Yeah, and there's an update, so let's rerun the app and rebuild it in the sim. Okay, so let me add this. I need to add this into my water here. Why is Mookie coming in to work out? This isn't workout time, Mookie. I gotta figure out how to get OBS to only show that when necessary. Potion. Potion. Crazy storms over there. Wow. Alright. 1 second. 1 second, guys. Alright, I'm back. Ugh. Shake this up. My little green juice concoction got going on. Did it rebuild the app or no? There was a build failed on the agent side, but now it's build succeeded. I wonder why that's been happening, because I've been getting just like a build failed and then build succeeded happening. So I need to verify why that's happening. It's specifically on the agent side. So let me open a new agent up. Can you review the app? Every once in a while I'll get build failed. And it's interesting because I'll get it more frequently on the agent simulator, but I'm not exactly sure if there's a reason why that's happening. So can you just review the code and check to see why the build failed might be happening? Also, I can send you some screenshot. Wait. Where's my here we go. Let me copy this information. Copy. Let's do text edit, file, edit, plain text, paste, file. Let's do save as desktop, errors, warnings. Let's just call it warnings. All right, let's drop this in. Here's a TXT file of the warnings that I received when I built in recently in the simulator. Okay, perfect. Claude Code. I need to quit out some of these agents. I have a whole list of so many agents open right now. Just quit out some of these. All right, we're chilling. Okay, so where I left off was I was trying to get this Mookie to be meditating for the app. Oh man, sick setup. Thank you. Let me get my prompt specific for. I want to get. There's two places I need to. There's two things I want to add Mookie into the app. One is once you zoom into the brain and you're in the synapses, the next view goes into entering a phone number. I want to add Mookie onto this page because right now it's just blank and empty. Yesterday I had like the anime style thing that I was working on. It was too much though. Don't want to have the characters in there. So, and if anyone was here yesterday, you remember I worked on this, and this is obviously going to be good for the anime, but for the app it's a bit too much. So I'm going to just be adding more like Mookie, more like this style, just by himself. And so and then also in the meditation, I want to add a meditation, him meditating as well here. So that's what I'm currently working on. And when I go into the characters green screen, I actually have the prompt ready to go because I did that right before I worked out. So both fixed, tail cropping, add frame content block, positive locks, all background. So the background was kind of doing this color, this it was like sending this light, and he has this shadow happening, and I don't really want any of that to be happening. So I mentioned the background should just be solid green screen hex code, pure flat, no fill. So hopefully this will come back better this time. And also I also mentioned his tail shouldn't be going off the side of the screen. So let's see if that actually gets generated properly this time. Generate. It's crazy. It's like it's crazy because like I won't even use this, and that was like $2. And then I'm not even gonna use this one, and that's like $2. The amount of times that I generate something and not use it is like so high. I feel like there should be a way where you get some of your credits back if you delete it. Like if I come in here and I delete this because I'm like, you know what, I'm not gonna use this, it should give you like at least some credits back. That's my opinion though. Alright, so let me check the flow, because in the app it's all about capturing the present moment, the feelings I'm having, the actions I'm taking, the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing, like the core reasons why. And once I go through entering the information, what I'm doing, and the feelings in this section here, where it's just more deliberately like why are you doing this? Then once I click on something, it asks who's around and where are you. So you can put in like, this information is pretty simple. I feel like, well, first of all, the question mark's getting cut off, so that needs to get changed. In the flow where it says who's around and where are you, when I'm clicking from the home screen into the heart and then I'm going all the way to the end and it says who's around, where are you, I currently want to I want to make those more centered in the screen, those questions, and then I want to make a way to remove some of it. So if I want to remove one of the items from the database that's currently coming up as recommendations, then there should be a way to remove that. Oh wait, no, you know what? Actually, I can't do that. I can't do that. I want to change who's around and where are you. Once I'm going from the home screen, click the heart button, and then I go through the flow all the way to the end. Those questions should be more centered in the middle of the screen. The save button should be towards the bottom, or it should be at the bottom of the screen. And then also I'm noticing that the question mark on the side of who's around is getting cut off to the right, so that label needs to get more space so the question mark can be rendered inside of that label. I need to delete some of these agents because I seriously have way too many open. Way too many agents open. I don't know what's burning through my computer right now. I have let's quit out of this. Oh, I have Photoshop open. That's what it is. This is my thumbnail. Claude's maxing out my CPU right now. Let's switch to the folder real quick. I'm gonna go to the default folder and then ask Claude real quick something. Because Claude, can you check? Currently my CPU is getting maxed out by one of the agents. I need you to verify what's happening because my CPU is getting overworked extremely right now. Can you just check to see what's happening in the activity monitor and make sure and let me know what's going on and if it's able to be fixed without messing up what any of the agents are doing, then you can do it, but don't stop the agents if they're in the middle of working. Am I dropping frames right now? I feel like I should be dropping frames on OBS. I would be. Oh my gosh, I literally have 0% idle. Yikes. Is Shepherd open source? Yes, it's going to be open source, but it's not available on GitHub yet to download. it'll be available soon. And by soon, I mean, I'm not exactly sure when, but what I want to do is I want to add a way to install and uninstall these agents directly in Shepherd. Currently, you have to install and uninstall them separately. Yeah, it'll be free to use. This Shepherd is going to be free to use. You just download it on GitHub and then run it on your computer. And I'm also looking for people who want to like help me code it out, and improve it and stuff like that, and manage the repo. But I'm not doing it just yet. I'm going to be doing it soon, so. I need to see what this CPU diagnosis comes back as, because there we go. Now I'm getting my CPU back. Wow, it's totally. I don't know if it was the agent that was doing it. Oh, found it. Killing the runway. It did find an agent that was doing something mischievous. Interesting. That was weird. Because my fan's overworking on my Mac, which is very rare. Usually it's not. You know what I mean? Let's see Mookie. Let's see if Mookie's generated. Oh yeah. What? He's like floating in midair, and he has teeth. His teeth are coming out of his mouth, which is actually not supposed to happen. Oh my gosh. Let's try rerunning this prompt, because this one actually was decent. Let's just try rerunning this prompt here. This one's garbage. How many credits have I been burning through already? This one's garbage too. It's a bummer when when it doesn't come out the way you imagine. Windows server, background. Send over this information to Shepherd. Current top consumers: Windows Server, OBS, which is my streaming software. This is what's happening on my computer right now, because my CPU is getting maxed out. Okay. Alright, well, we're doing fine now. Oh my gosh, we're not doing fine now. Swift front end. Look at this. Swift front end is just duplicating right now. There's an agent just a malicious agent. I think it's this one. Let's see the task that's running. The heck? I don't think it's this agent. I think it's this agent. Interesting. Is alpha good? It's apparently it's really slow. So I haven't been able to really test it like completely. Just super slow, because I think it's getting bogged down for how many people are using it. Like, it's all over Twitter, it's all over the place, and I don't know if it's ready for the amount of usage that it was getting. Let's ask it to do something really simple instead of complicated, because I earlier asked it to do something really complicated, and I just realized it might take a week, so I shut it down. And then let's just ask it to do something super basic. File, new folder. Let's do okay, we'll do 0x alpha. 0x alpha. This is just gonna be, we'll just have it create like a simple something simple. Open code. Can you create me a simple website using React and TypeScript, Node.js? Oh no, wait. Can you create me a simple React website using TypeScript? I want you to use the vite npm package to run a localhost server, and all I want this website to do is just say hello world. Let's see how long it takes to do this. Wait, I need to update the command real quick because it misspelled something. How do I get to read the actual text that it wrote inside of open code is not letting me. npm package. Let me actually just give it the link so it knows. You create me a simple React website using TypeScript. I want to use beat npm package. I'm just putting this into the Chrome browser just so I can edit it real quick. Okay, there we go. Let's give it such a simple task. This is like the simplest task, so it should do it quickly. I mean, it should do it easily, but what I'm trying to figure out is the speed at which it can do this. Just because everything else I was trying to implement was taking ages. That was fast. npm run install. npm run dev. No, it's not done yet. It's still working. All right, we'll give that some time. Vibing alpha. Let me change the color of this. Who oh no, where, and then let's add a wait, how do I change the color again? Color. Oh, where, and then drop the folder, enter, slash, color. Let's see if I change this to purple, what happens? Does it change? No, because I have to actually have that. I actually have to have the I actually have to have the path color its directory. Oh, I actually have to have the agent selected. That's what it is, and then I can do it. Purple. Now I want to do green for this. I think I want to update how that coloring works. Zero X alpha. Permissions requested. Why does it need to go to /temp? I really dislike allowing 0x alpha to have access to my computer. I feel like it's gonna hack my thing. This is the easiest thing I could have done. It's running the actual server though, which is cool. Claude doesn't always do that. Oh, it made it like bold. Okay, now let's add it to do something complicated. It's free right now. Okay, make me a racing game where I am... Wait, let's get an image. Let's reference an image. Racing game. 2D racing game. Let's do a game like this. No? Or should we do a game like this? I kinda like this. This is, for some reason, this is interesting to me. File, save as. Let's download this. Let's have it make a game. Wait, where in the world is that save? Here it is. Okay. I just want it to be an actual PNG instead of a web MD or whatever. Race. Alright, let's drop this into here and let's have it create a racing game. Okay, I want you to create a simple racing game that looks like this in the image. And you're just one of the cars. And what I want you to do is make it so that anyone who loads into the localhost or the actual server just loads in as a car, and then every like, well, what happens is like a race starts, and as a race is going, you can't enter in as a car, and then once the race is over, then it counts down from 30 seconds before the next race starts. And as long as you click like join race in the 30-second like waiting time, then you can like get in and enter into the race. So the controls should just be the arrow keys during the race, and then the spacebar should be like a boost. I should get like a boost button, and I can use it like whenever I want to use it, and it regenerates. The boost regenerates. Okay. Okay, let's see if 0x Alpha can create this game. Simple 2D game. We're gonna make it on an actual website. I didn't give it any references to any packages or tools or anything that it could use, so it's gonna have to create this all by itself. The reason why I did Hello World was because I just wanted to see if it was going to be able to do something fast, or do something easily but fast, because I was concerned that it was going to take forever to execute anything. Dang, his tail is just going off still. Center form layout. Ugh. Yeah, this is gonna take much longer than Hello World. That's why let me go into Mookie's video that's going to be added into the app real quick. Characters, green screen. Okay, what I want you to pull is the previous prompt that we were working on. That one was better than this latest one. And then what I want you to do is make him smaller, and so his tail doesn't overflow off the screen. That's all. So use the previous prompt and just make him smaller. This latest, newest prompt is not working properly, so I don't want to use that one at all. Okay, I need to get that updated prompt. And then let's check out this new flow in the app. Wait. There we go. I need to rebuild the app. Hopefully it won't have these errors anymore while rebuilding. We're about to find out in 5, 4, 3. Still have some warnings. Is that agent still working? Simulator build failure. Let me read this information, because this is it was like a bug. My app was just randomly failing while it was building. But then it would rebuild immediately after without changing any code. So it was an interesting, weird thing that was happening. Swift front end crashed. Yeah, that happened while the agent was working. Okay, so I need to make these changes. Actually, that's what has to happen. Yes, this plan and fix looks good. So can you please use the information that you gathered together to fix and update the application so it's not having these warnings pop up anymore? this Xcode, it's specifically in Xcode. Sometimes when you build a project, it'll give you like little warnings that pop up just if you have certain things in your code that are not like to the latest spec, or if there's something that gets deprecated in the app. Sometimes Apple will deprecate a certain like endpoint or like a certain framework or certain classes and stuff that you can use inside of the application. And so sorry, I just noticed something. So I need to update this. I want to change this Soma thing. Rename. I'm gonna have Claude do it just so it can reference every single part in the app that has that. I want to update my file structure and folders. I have this folder called Soma, which is carrying the 3D rendering of the human that's in my application, and I want to change that to from Soma to just call it body. Yeah. Or call it, actually, you know what? Call it human body, actually, instead of just Soma. What the heck does Soma mean? It decided to do that when I was asking it to transfer the app. Have I tried Orca instead of Herda? I have Orca installed, but this is the most simplistic way for me to do everything. Also can run this in the servers. Sound like a Brave New World. Oh, cool. It does? Soma in Greek. Soma in Greek. Nice. Alright, so we'll just keep it like that then. Alright. It's giving me some prompt back. What is it saying? It's done with the game already? Let's look at that. Let's look at the folder. Thought for 4 minutes and 42 seconds. Apparently, okay, so for anyone who just dropped into the stream, we are working directly with 0x Alpha, and we're having it create this top-down 2D game. And let's see, let's load into the actual folders. It says it's done, right? Alright. Here's the actual project. I don't know why Whisperflow is doing that. It's just giving me an HTML file, but not actually loading it in a server. Okay, start to stop is npm run dev, so they just did that. Oh no, that's the hello world. Are you completed with this? Why does it look like it didn't even do anything? Is it broken? It is free, so... It didn't give me a response or anything. I think it crashed. I have 50% CPU still available. My food's done in the fridge. OpenCode has some issues with 0x Alpha. Try to update OpenCode. All right, let's try it. It looks broken. I think it's a brew update. Can you give me the brew update for Open Code? Oh, it's just basic. I already have it installed, the latest model. It's just thinking forever, and it said it thought for 4 minutes 42 seconds. Should we just try again in a new window or something? I wonder. Let me try using Shepherd, because I want to see if Shepherd can hand off this prompt. I just want to see what happens if I use Shepherd for this. Wait, cancel. Open Code. Okay. Do you guys remember the original prompts? It was like 2D game that you could use a space bar. So here's the plan. I want to create, where is it? I want to update the file structure. Wait a second. Where's my original prompt that was in Whisperflow? It's not even in there. We'll just copy it from here. Okay, so the prompt is, I want to create a simple racing game that looks like this image where the cars are, let me get the image. The cars are driving around, use the arrow keys to move around. Spacebar gives you a boost, and after the game ends every 30 seconds, you can click join the game and render in. So that way we could all play the game together if we put this live. So Shepherd is handing off this to a new agent in Open Code, and it's asking for permissions in the desktop folder. Let me just reject this for a second. Why? Oh, to read the actual thing. Okay, I probably shouldn't have did that. Let's just re-execute this. No, I would not suggest trusting 0x Alpha created by a company that nobody knows who it is, and they literally labeled their thing enable stealth. It's just stealth. There's a lot of people using it. Look how many people are using it. Tokens processed on Open Router. Currently it's at 2 trillion. 4 trillion, I mean. It doubled in like one day. You guys seen this? What I'm seeing? I wish I could zoom into that chart better. I just wouldn't trust it because we don't know who created it. So because of that, I'm gonna put this racing thing inside of the actual folder that's working in, which is this one. Okay, so it's thinking right now. Currently what I'm doing, guys, is I'm trying to get 0x alpha to create this game, but it's struggling. I honestly think that it's limited by the amount of people, and I would imagine that it's because of the popularity. It probably is struggling to process all of the requests, is what's probably happening right now. And why is my OG thing running open code? This should be running Shepherd. I'm being lazy right now. I'm looking for Shepherd so I don't have to type it out. Center form layout, simulator build. Okay, let me go back to my app, and what I want to do is I want to see this flow right here real quickly, because I was updating the section after I enter all this information in. Simulator. I want to update the where it says who's around in the app, you know, when I'm going from the heart and I'm going all the way through. I want to change this, and I actually want to remove it completely, and then I want to end the screen with what are you doing and add the save button at the bottom. So after someone clicks on that heart from the home screen, goes into what are you doing, then they click what are you doing at the bottom, there should be a save button right there, and that should be the end of that flow. See, it's broken. Wait, what? What did it output? Is this a plan? Oh, shoot. How do I get that information back? Okay, so copy to clipboard. Okay, that's what I wanted. So I can paste this into here or no? Nope. Said it was copy to clipboard. It's so complicated. I feel like open code's way to get information from the agent is a bit broken, but that's okay. User wants a simple multiplayer racing game, top-down view kart racing. Okay, so I need a server Node.js WebSocket. This is what 0x Alpha is saying it needs. Game loop, waiting 30 seconds, racing. Players join during the phase, spectators. Let me think about the architecture. Node.js. So it's giving me a plan. It's saying, okay, this is what I'm gonna do. Use npm packages. What npm packages is gonna use? Package.json. No, that's not the packages. Doesn't actually tell me what package it's going to use other than this WebSocket package. But let's just give it a shot. Okay, execute the plan. Looks good. I mean, let's just go with what it says, because the goal is to see if it's capable of doing it with the least amount of help, right? And so might as well just test it out and see what it can do. So it took a time to give you a plan first, which is kind of nice. I do like plans before execution because it allows you to give a chance for changes. Multiple player racing game. So I wonder if it's going to use this image, because I only gave it one image. So if it's going to use the image to like extract the cars out of it, or if it's going to try to create the cars, brand new cars and brand new assets. I think that would be what I would hope. Like if it creates brand new assets, I'd rather have that than it try to crop out the cars from the actual image that I gave it, because that's potentially what it might try to do. Because I've seen other people try to do that. Do you prefer Claude over Codex? Loving the vibes. Thank you. Do I like Claude because of the design decisions it makes. It's a little bit. It takes a long time to execute some of the things it does, though, and it also is more expensive than other models. So I think there's opportunity for room for like Grok, you know, and Codex to execute like quick changes to things. But I find myself going to Claude oftentimes just because I trust the design decisions, and like also I also have a design system that's created as well inside of my app. So when I pull up my app right here, I have this whole design system that can be referenced by agents. So I realized that when Grok had this information, it was able to like create beautiful decisions and designs because it had the fonts and it had the colors and it had all this stuff to reference. So as long as you have the context of your project and actually like what it looks like, then you can go ahead and start using, or how I think about it is I can go ahead and start using Grok and other LLMs that might not make the best design decisions, because I used Opus to like get the design files. You just have to make sure that you let the LLM know, like, these are my design files, this is my like MD file that explains it out, and then that way it will just stick to what you're trying to create in the way you want things to be mapped out. So for anyone that doesn't know, my application is about increasing awareness of actions based in fear, love, and it's because I fell into a depression and I had to work my way out and learn the lessons of how I ended up there. And one of the things I realized is I was being motivated by worry and fear and stress and stuff like that. And even though I have like an amazing family that was around me and friends I had, but I was feeling lonely and disconnected, and I was feeling like I had created this situation where even though I was working out, eating healthy, and I like had a business and happy customers, I still fell into this depression because I was so focused and disciplined. I wasn't, connecting. I was feeling separate from people, like mentally in my mind. And so because of that, I was like becoming distant, and I had to learn the activity that was unseen inside of my mind. And I had to see I am what I see, and I'm not separated from anybody, and I'm impacting the people around me either in a positive or negative way. And I realized I didn't want to bring people down, and that's what I was kind of doing by not interacting with people who love me. And so I had to realize like what I was creating, that I didn't realize I was creating it, but it was happening inside of my head. I was operating with this loneliness, and I was also operating with stress because I started my first business with a lot of worry that I wasn't going to be safe and secure, and so I was looking for opportunities to make money, but it wasn't truly aligned with what I was fully interested in, like what I would have created if I was like a kid just having fun, and playing, and what I would have created on my own. And so because I learned all these things, I realized that the highest form of working is actually playing. It's like the most free and creative. And when I was super disciplined and focused, I created something that had happy customers, but I fell into depression because I wasn't doing something that made me excited and felt like meaningful to me and stuff like that. So I had to understand the energy I'm moving with is important. Like if I'm moving because I'm feeling these feelings of anger and sadness or loneliness or insecurity or whatever it might be. So the app is about capturing the moment and the feelings I'm moving with, the energy that's pushing me into a direction. Is it interest? Is it because I enjoy it, or is it because I'm stressed out and looking for a solution to the fear that I'm living inside of? And then I had this hope, right? I had this hope that one day I'm going to be living this better, like my life is going to be better one day, right? But that's all because I'm currently inside of the fear and the stress and the disconnection and the loneliness. And so I had to realize that there is no hope. Actually, all the activity, I only can exist inside of this moment. I only can act in this moment. All the activity of the past and the ideas of the future are happening in my mind right now. So I had to realize that there actually is no hope, and I can change now in this instant. See that I'm inseparable from everyone. I am what I see. There is no separation. The separation was being created inside of my mind, and I'm impacting every single person that I encounter and that is in my life, whether that's positive or negative. And once I saw that connection and felt it without any thoughts or words, I just saw the truth of what I am. Then I started to care about, hey, this isn't about just me, this is about everybody around me. And so I started to shift into love. And so and then the love, I started to act based off of how do I share what I'm learning with other people who might be going through the same thing that I'm going through. And this is where the app starts to come in. So yeah, I have an interesting backstory where I started coding like 10 years ago, over 10 years ago when I was young and in high school. And then I learned how to code myself at home for fun. And then over the years, I actually stopped coding completely for a while when I fell into my depression, and then I thought I might never code again. But once I wanted to share this application and the lessons I was learning through an app, because that's what I'm good at doing. And then AI came out to help code, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is awesome. So then I got super excited to like create what I'm creating. And so right now I'm just testing out 0x alpha to see if it's any good and if it's worth using or not using. And so I had it create a simple little multiplayer game, and I need to rename this because I also have an idea for sharing some of the lessons and stuff through my anime. So I'm creating an anime series that it has Kai, Maya, and Mookie, and Mookie's a monkey. And I'm gonna include Mookie into the app a little bit here and there as I'm building out my application. So currently in Higgsfield, I have this meditation, this Mookie meditate. I have Mookie meditating right now. I'm working on this. So I had an agent update the prompt recently. So let me just go in there and actually see this prompt. Revert to the original prompt, size reduced, nothing else touched. Okay, yeah. Let's try this. It's just trying to make him smaller, and his tail not going off the screen. Even though it's saying the size, it's not actually like rendering the correct size, I noticed. So let me copy this again real quick. Okay, so he should be in one of the elements. And for anyone who hasn't used Higgsfield before, you can put in characters and actually like put in front-facing, side-facing shots and describe your characters and then reference them in the prompt and stuff like that. That's why it's useful to use Claude Code together with Higgsfield to help you generate the prompts, because Higgsfield and Seedance, specifically Seedance 2.5, that has a specific structure to the prompts that you give. Did this finish, or the scroll wheel is not like working properly on that? Let's copy this. Now the main client JS is the biggest write file. Sections. What is this trying to say? This didn't get rendered right into this view. Careful details, physics, rumble. I want to see if this game is gonna work. Is it finished, or 0x alpha is acting funny? Did you finish the game? 60 FPS? That's unnecessary, I feel like. Grokbot is, I was looking at Grokbot, and it's interesting because I actually used it. I have it on my computer. I used it for a little bit. I decided not to get a subscription for it because it seems like it's built out more for consumers, like somebody who doesn't know how to code would use that. It's still useful for me, like if I have specific, like I might have specific use cases for it, but it's more for like reading your emails and your CRMs and logging into your accounts and doing automated tasks for you as a person, and it makes it easier for everybody to just do it if you're not a developer. But and also like long running tasks, you can do stuff like that. I mean, Hermes, it's like Hermes, but the agents actually run in the cloud for you because it runs a Linux. The thing about Grokbot is it runs a Linux server in the cloud for you, so it can continuously be checking your email and stuff like that. It costs like $200 a month or something like that, but if you know how to run your own Linux servers in the cloud, then you can just do your own Linux server in the cloud, and you could just run Shepherd and run your own agents. Like you could run this in the cloud if you wanted to, right here, and then you could just run all your agents and do whatever you want. So I guess if you're a developer, Grokbot really doesn't help you for anything. I mean, it just makes it easier. It makes it so you can just access it in a more simplistic way. That's why I feel like Grokbot is more of a tool for like the general public, for people who are not developers. Or if you just want to do a simple task and not have to set up your own server for some reason as a developer, you just want to log into your email and then do something really easily and just not have to set up some complex server. I'm not really sure why I would need a bot to look at my emails or like read a CRM, but maybe later in the future when I'm doing some kind of integration with something, I'll want it to like read some information from a CRM and then send it over to some other thing. But right now I'm not really doing any of that kind of stuff. Let me do a quick workout and then grab the food. I have food in the oven real quick. And I need to go to the bathroom, so I'm gonna do all three of those things right now. Full screen, properties, while we're waiting for this game to finish. Why does my camera do that? Every time it like wants to go and then it doesn't go. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. Let's go. Okay. 1 second. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. Did you guys get your push-ups in? Let me go let me, I got food too. I'll be right back. You guys hearing that weird sound? A weird sound happening. Here we go. I had 2 different sounds playing a second ago. Alright, I got my food out of the oven and now I need to go to the bathroom. I'm back. What? What's happening in the chat? Let's go to our agent. It's asking for a request. It wants to access this folder again. Man. Allow once. How about one time? Let me just do something real quick. So good. So good. So, let's check out our Mookie, the monkey. He's still big. And he has the, teeth coming out. His teeth really don't come out when his mouth is closed. So I need that to be like a part of his description. So let's go into the actual Mookie character and make sure that that's added into his thing. I need to update Mookie's character description when his mouth is closed, his 2 canine teeth do not show. That needs to be updated in the MD5. Let's rebuild the app so I can see the latest changes that were recently made. The changes that I was working on was this end flow. Once it goes into why are you doing this, it should be having a save button below it. So I'm getting this warning over here, but it's weird because it builds succeeds. See how it builds and succeeds in one simulator, but in this other simulator it fails, but it oftentimes builds successfully after this one succeeds. So it's just super nuanced. I was trying to have Claude try to figure out why that's happening. I think it's because of the build scripts or the drive data. Okay. So I'm trying to eat food right now. Whoa, I shouldn't be able to save yet. Revert that. I need to revert this change that just happened. Simulator, remove who's around. I think this prompt was interpreted incorrectly, so I need you to reference the previous git commit on this flow coming from when you click on the heart on the home screen or the home page of the app. You know, it goes into notice a feeling, and then it goes into what's your energy, and then what are you doing. And currently there's a save button at the bottom of what are you doing, but that's inaccurate. The save button should be at the bottom of why are you doing this, which previously was added in the last git commit. So I need to add that back in, add the save button at the bottom of the why are you doing this, and then page. And then the only thing that should have been removed was the last page of who's around, but currently 2 pages got removed, which is inaccurate. Okay, so that was a bit of a flop by Claude, because even the name of the agent is remove who's around, so the name of the agent is correct on the label of the agent, so it makes no sense. Maybe add in Higgsfield prompt as a body part's tail must stay within the frame. Yeah, I actually did do that. That's the craziest part. I think it's because when there's only one character and no scene, Higgsfield decides to render the camera right wherever the character is. It's like the lack of scene or something. You know what I should do? Wait, I just thought of an idea. I saw an idea. I want to update this prompt to have a reference of a scene, because there needs to be depth. There needs to be a depth described, so Mookie can be away from the camera in the distance. Because when I'm describing his size and referencing it with the frame and how big he is in the frame, this is not working. So let's change the reference to the percentage he is inside of the frame of the video. Remove all of that verbiage and describe an actual area and how much depth there is where he can walk into the background. Like, you know, like how many feet is the ground which he's on, and where is he sitting? He's 5 feet back from the camera. That puts him right in the center of the floor, and the camera is sitting 5 feet back. I want to describe it from that context instead of from this percentage context. So can you update this prompt in that way? Bing, that's what we need. That's what we need. Maybe I should use this to generate a meditation chat. Wait, let me get Mookie real quick. Can you give me a shot of Mookie the monkey in this character image? I want him to be in a meditation pose, doing the three finger thing when you have one finger like that, but he only has, or no, he has 5 fingers. So yeah, I want him to be like the pointer finger and the thumb like touching, and then 3 fingers like that in a meditation pose with a calm. His mouth should be like in a calm pose, but his eyes should be in like that happy eye pose still though. And keep the background grayed out, grayscaled. Here's the hex code. It's 808080. You think it's better to use Nano Banana Pro? Oh, the track is clean. Let's check the file. Let's check the files of this 0x auth project that's going on. The racing game. It doesn't show the total amount of time thinking, but I do have right here that it's been working for 20 minutes inside of Shepherd. Shepherd kind of has its own running time. Once I input a prompt into here, it starts counting. And it was interesting because before it was actually stopping when sub agents were completed, and I had to fix that. So I noticed the time just went to 0 when it went to paused questioning, and then it went back to 20 minutes. So that's good. I like that. So for anyone who doesn't know, I'm coding Shepherd, this tool that you're looking at right now. And it's just a way to manage agents working, and you can have whatever agents you want. As long as you have the CLI installed on your computer, you can just type in who and then drop down and you can see the agents Well, actually, some of the agents are listed that I don't have installed, so that's one of the things I wanted to add to this, but I just have a plan currently for that. Let me actually get the information back. Can you recall the context from, I think it was a few days ago? I was talking about adding a way so when I type /who, it shows me in the list of agents that are available which ones are installed and then which ones I could install. So it was to give an option to install the agent directly from the command line inside of Shepherd. Can you pull up that context window and the plan that I was creating from the other day? I don't want you to change anything now. I'm just looking for that conversation. Okay, I'm gonna just go with allow always so this can keep working, but we'll see. We'll see if my computer starts crashing. Currently, it looks like it's about to crash. Look at my CPU usage. Idle, 0%. Great. I'll be right back. 1 second. Oh, there we go. 50%, we got it back. Okay, I'm back. I tried to get the food I was eating off of my table here, so I can have my keyboard back. Okay, let's go into the Mookie green screen because I know this is finished. We can generate this new updated and improved prompt. Floor is 60 feet depth, 43 feet wide, back wall 35. Okay, now we're talking about feet here. Let's go. It might make them too small, but we're about to find out. So we're gonna get a meditation video where he's not just right up in our faces every time. Or the camera is just too close to him every time. If I had a scene, you could describe, make him walk over to that part of the scene since I don't have a scene and it's a green screen, I think it makes sense to just use feet and the floor, you know, regardless of the fact that there's not even a floor. Let's quit out some of these tabs. So the interesting part is this, the zero, or not zero, it's OX. The OX alpha is totally free. Have any of you guys created anything cool with it yet? Or anything like that? Is that celery juice? No, this is not celery juice. But I did drink celery juice every day for an entire year before, and I do really like drinking celery juice. So I would definitely recommend drinking celery juice. But no, this is actually a little concoction I created. That's just with like chlorella and stuff like that. It's like a mini green juice I can make without actually having to blend anything. It's really fast. It's kind of like a backup option if I don't have any celery. Okay. What did you drop into the Discord? If you want to know, if anybody is new here and wants some information about what app I'm building, I'm gonna put !build into the chat, which will give you like the backstory of why my app, which is this app right here called Lonnie Day, it's for increasing awareness of actions based in fear or love, because I ended up in a depression and I couldn't understand why. Even though I like taught myself how to code, I built a software business and all this stuff, and I was, you know, working out and eating healthy during the time, I still like fell into this depression, and I couldn't understand like what the heck. I'm like so focused and disciplined and taking care of myself. I thought I knew what I was doing, and but now I see more clearly than I ever have seen before, and this app right here is something I needed back then to understand myself more clearly, and so to not be confused and disconnected from who I truly am. And ever since I started to journal and watch my mind and understand the true reasons behind the actions I was taking, I realized I had been acting in fear. I was worried about if I was going to be safe and secure, or have enough money for this or that, or if I was, you know, feeling disconnected from other people internally, even when other people were around. So a lot of it was some things going on inside my mind, and I didn't I didn't realize that there was a way to see. I was seeing myself inaccurately. I thought I was disconnected from life, and I realized the truth is I am inseparable from life, and that's the truth. I am what I see, and I'm not separate from anyone or anybody and anything or anybody. And I had to come to that truth, but not just by reading it in a book, but by feeling it internally, by feeling and seeing without a thought, you know, that I am what I see, and I am basing my actions based upon that, because that's how I actually feel internally. And it's a big shift from this isolated existence into one that's fully connected to everybody, and I care about other people like I care about myself. And it's funny because, you know, you could read that, like that saying that people say, you know, it's one thing to read it, and it's one thing to feel it and actually act based upon that feeling of inseparability. And so this app is about becoming closer to that kid that you were born into the world, like just playing and having fun and free, creative. And I noticed that because I was so disciplined and focused and working so hard, I realized that the highest form of working is actually playing. I'm more creative, more free, and when I'm having fun and doing what I'm interested in and playing, than when I'm focused, disciplined, serious, and like, man, it's limiting. I'd rather be limitless, not limiting. And so I saw that in order to be more productive, I needed to be less disciplined, less disconnected, and not operating inside of fear and worry and being afraid of this or that, and being more free and grounded and content and grateful for this moment, just to be present in this moment and realize I am enough, and I was born enough, and I don't need anything to be okay and feel okay. And then all of a sudden, as I look around and see what I'm grateful for in this moment, and I see the beauty of life, and I move with what I'm interested in, when I do that, my whole life starts to be created with this entire new way of seeing the world that's happening in my mind, inseparable from everybody, and caring and actually acting based on that. Like, I'm aware of people who are inside of disconnection, inside of fear and stress, and I'm trying to share the lessons that I've learned to help lift other people out of that disconnection that I was once in. And that's what I'm doing because I feel that I actually might be able to show up for someone else in a positive way that might be helpful. So I'm trying to understand myself in the deepest way possible to help somebody else. And it's the same, like, if I could tell you guys real quickly, if you don't know how to work out, how are you going to show anybody else how to work out? You know what I mean? If you don't know how to take care of yourself and eat healthy or whatever, how are you going to show anyone else how to do that? And so what I was trying to do is understand myself, to see myself clearly of how I was living in this disconnection and ended up in a depression, and why I was choosing to act off of fear and stuff like that, to understand my mind the most clearest way, so that therefore then I can help somebody else understand themselves. And I think a core thing that I realized while I was trying to understand myself and how I ended up in this meaningless view of the world at one point, I had to realize that I was seeing myself as an isolated person. I was seeing myself as, this is me and that's you, and we're different. This is the earth and this is me, and that's something different than me. But what I had to realize is I don't exist without what I'm seeing. That is directly me. This, what I see, is me. And without the universe, the earth doesn't exist. Without the earth, I don't exist. And so so the truth that which I was not living by, I wasn't living by the truth. I was living in loneliness. I was living in isolation, disconnection, which is not even true. So I was living in an idea that was getting created inside of my mind, creating the fear that I was living inside of. So once I see the truth of what I am, I start to move into the other direction of living with connection. And so I had to learn all these lessons, okay? And it took many years for me to get to the point of understanding this. And I really value highly what I've learned, because now I have like a healthy way of seeing the world, and how I exist inside of it is, and how I operate is that I care for you just like I care for me. And so I'm making this app for you guys So if any of you out there are going through a difficult time in life, this is for you. It's about capturing the feelings that you're having, because I noticed while I was sitting in the depression, I noticed that while I was sitting in the depression, that I was, the only thing that really got me, while I was sitting in meditation, in silence and journaling every day, the things that were moving me were, there was always an energy that was associated with why this is important. Like I'm feeling worried, so therefore I'm gonna go do XYZ thing because I'm worried that this is gonna happen. So I'm gonna go make that thing that I'm worried about not happen, or I'm gonna I'm gonna go do something because I'm worried. But it's all based in fear. And then, or it could be loneliness, like, oh, I'm so lonely, so now I'm gonna go reach out to a friend because I don't want to feel lonely. And that's all based in fear, because it's about you, it's about me, it's just me isolated, I'm lonely, I'm gonna go be not lonely, versus calling a friend and being like, hey, how are you doing today, when you're just okay and you're fine and you're not feeling lonely. Like, there's a difference between fear and love, because calling your friend and seeing how they're doing today because you love them is much different than calling your friend because you need something, And so there's like two ways to, what I saw from sitting in this, sitting in silence and watching my mind for 2 years, is I saw that there's 1,000 ways to describe fear and love. There's 1,000 ways to describe two states of mind, which is one is disconnected and one is connected. And this is the app which I'm trying to share with the world, and I'm trying to share what I have noticed by paying attention to life and learning, and just learning and watching my mind and what I choose to do and why I do it and stuff. And here we have Mookie. He's doing a meditative pose right there. And Mookie's our monkey here. Let me save Mookie. Which Mookie? I want this Mookie. Oh, I love Mookie so much. You guys just love Mookie. I just love Mookie. Look at him. He's just meditating. He's just doing the shaka. He's just doing the dance. So, so what I want to do is I want to get him into the app a little bit for fun. Signing off. Thanks, Price. Take it easy. Socrates called it knowledge and ignorance. Well, it could be knowledge. I feel that knowledge is also, Like I have knowledge that how to code, but just because I know how to code doesn't mean I wasn't seeing the truth. So there's a difference between knowledge and the truth. And also, I think there's a difference between knowledge and wisdom also. I think wisdom comes from outside of our minds, and knowledge comes from a book or something like that, or it comes from somebody else. It's like memory. I think knowledge is like memory. It's like AI. Like, you see how AI can capture all this information and then recall it back to you? I feel like that's knowledge. That's my opinion of what knowledge is, though. Like, because words could mean different things to different people. So for me, the word knowledge, I interpret that as like data, and the data that's being remembered in my mind. But wisdom is much different. I feel like wisdom is the ability to see the truth, and be able to be aware of like the order, like life gives you wisdom, you know what I mean? But like the wisdom doesn't come from my brain, you know what I'm saying? It's the opposite. Like the wisdom comes from outside, seeing something in the truth in the correct way, and then the knowledge is just like data points, memory, like kind of like how AI works. So if someone like tries to be creative off of knowledge, I feel like their creativity is not the greatest. But if you're creative off of seeing the truth and being free and like the wisdom of life, like I feel like that's more creative, to be free and without limitations of knowledge. Knowledge is limiting, actually. It's limited. But yeah, I think that's just how I would interpret those words. So that's why I was saying that. But yeah, I understand what you're saying, Mooncorp. Like, yeah, it's obviously everybody uses words in different ways and stuff like that. It's hard to describe something that's happening inside of our minds. Okay, guys, look. 0x Alpha finished the game that we were making. So let me bring this into context, because some people might have left and some new people might have came into the stream in the last 40 minutes. So I gave OX Alpha, which is the free model that's currently available and everybody's talking about it online. I gave it this prompt to create a 3D or to create a 2D racing game inside of like a website. And so I think it's finished. Let's try to give it a run. It says the game is finished, tested, and running at localhost 8765. So let's try to run it there. Next game in 10 seconds. 0 to 14. Okay, so this is like we could all join in the game. Not now, but I'd have to put this online. So 0 people joined, so then it didn't start. So let me just click join race. It named me Turbo 728 in the corner. This is 0x Alpha is a new model. It's benchmark. It says it's better coding than Fable. Let's see how it created this game. I like how it made the assets. Okay, let's see. It says spacebar, drift, and S is brake, W is gas. Why isn't that look? It's not going. What happened? Oh, it's not working right. Empty cache. It's cracked. It's not even working. It has a little car guy in the corner. It's probably hard to see on live stream, but you think 0x Alpha is getting too many people to do it? Let's give it another shot to fix it. Okay, so what's happening is once the race starts, like, first of all, I can't see the full map. It's not getting rendered correctly or something. I can't see the full racetrack. So I had to zoom in. I had to zoom out to see the actual car. I can see the car now, but because I zoomed out 50% in my browser. But what I need to do is I need to check the browser width and make sure the game is getting rendered full screen. Make sure the actual track is viewable. Also, I'm trying to move the car around. The steer is left and right, and then W is gas. But oh, I see. Now I see. Ooh, it's fast. I need some more maps. So every time there's a new race, it should update into a new map. So if there's not already a few maps, can you create a few extra maps? But if there is extra maps, then just let me know. Okay, I just literally prompted that whole thing. Like, that whole thing I just said, it's just a prompt at this point. I didn't even like really think about it. So this is 100%. This is 100%. All right. Let's see what it does. I want to get that online so we can all get in there and play it together. You guys want to play that together? Let's get some different maps going. Just put it up. Let's just put it on Vercel or something. It's actually not bad. Let's check out Mookie. Nope, still didn't render right. And he has one tooth now. Oh my gosh. What is with this? What is with these prompts? Something seriously broken. I'm just gonna download this and then I'm gonna upload it as a reference video. Or something like that, yeah. Okay. Well, now I gotta update my app real quick. Run it in the server. Anthropic. Okay, so let's check out the flow of this. Maybe I should just use only my agent, because I don't know, sometimes the agent simulator is broken. Just put this one on the brain and then go over here and do this. Okay, so there should go to the section, why are you doing this? And then it should have a save button. Oh, interesting. Where's it feel in the body? Whoops. It's not working right yet. Why are you doing this? Okay, so once I select it, it goes to here. But I actually don't want it to go to there. So let's change that. I'm gonna remove this agent because it keeps acting funny. Wait. Click on this folder. The nice thing about Shepherd is you just click on this folder right here, and it'll update the folder of the where at the bottom right here. And if you want to click on like the agent, it'll update the who too. So you can just click, and it'll actually change the agent and the folder without actually typing in anything. Okay, so what I want to do is, where do you feel this in the body section? When I go from the home screen and I click I go from the home page, a list view or a calendar view, you know, and I click the heart button, it's going through that flow, and by the end it says where is this in the body, and I don't actually want to see that page at all. I just want it to end on why are you doing this with the save button at the bottom. That's where I want it to end. Okay, apparently zero, I keep calling it 0x alpha, but it's not, it's OX alpha. OX alpha, it finished what it was working on. So let me just get the information it replied with. That was actually a pretty fast change, to be honest. Okay, so let's just try reloading it. No? Maybe it needs to rerun the localhost or something. Can you shut down and run the localhost again to update the changes? I'm not seeing these changes. whatever folder that you execute on, like whatever agent has the latest, newest agent created, it always moves that folder to the top of the list. So for instance, you see how it says agent number 1? This is my latest agent right here that I just created. And then inside of Shepherd, you see it says number 2. So this is the second folder because this is the second latest agent. So that's how it's deciding the list of which folders get displayed at the top versus at the bottom. So this agent right here is the oldest agent, or this isn't the oldest agent because the oldest agent's right here. But this is the folder that has no new agents inside of it with the oldest agent. So that would be the last. You see what I'm saying? It's interesting how it gets categorized like that. I like it like that right now. The only thing that happens sometimes that's a bit frustrating is like if I have a long list of agents running and then I'll like give a prompt to like one of these smaller ones and the smaller one just goes kind of like at the top, or if I'm like working on a smaller project, I have less agents in there and then I give a prompt to some larger project with a bunch of agents, then it kind of moves it down. But other than that, it's not a big deal the way it gets rendered into the list. So I have like three main projects going on. This is just the 3 main projects I have going on is Shepherd, which is this CLI tool that you're looking at right here, and then this Shepherd tool is obviously helping me build out Lonnie Day, which is my application that I'm creating for increasing awareness of actions based in fear of love. And then I have the anime characters and honestly the anime show that I'm going to be working on, which is its own thing. And so those are my 3 main projects, and I'm incorporating Mookie the monkey into my YouTube videos, and also just like putting him into the app where it makes sense or where it might be just fun. But I don't want the app is existing on its own, and so it is its own thing outside of any of the characters. So the potentially, like, I'm gonna add Mookie in there, but I'm gonna see over time where it makes sense to put him in, keep him. I don't want it to be so much that it feels like overwhelming how much he's in the app. You know, he's just a part of the app. The app needs to stay the main focus. So it's much like my YouTube videos, like when I'm live, like doing my workout, Mookie's in there. And I'll probably add him more in my actual YouTube videos than I will in the app. Okay, let's see if this actually... Let's just try joining and see what happens. So much information. The user says you're not seeing the changes right now, so I need to implement the CSS fixed. Add buggles. Let me do all of that now. Okay. So what's happening is I can take a screenshot of what's happening. So when I load the page, this is the amount of the track that I see, and it's currently running laps. So I'm only seeing the top left corner of the track when I load the race game. I'm only seeing the top left track when I load the race game. Dude, I thought I was recording when I was saying that, and then I wasn't. See you later, Moot Corp. Peace out. Sorry, I haven't been reading that much in the Discord. I've been super focused on what I'm doing, but I'll check it out later. Just Moot Corp's wondering if I read it. What's happening in the Discord anyway? Let me go full screen because I never know what's in here. Oh, Edo Meats, I see what you're working on. Got a little project going here. Brandon makes hold up. Checking out what you guys are sharing. There's a plugin for Herder that runs a simulation. Oh, I see what motion you said. Motion. I'm curious why did you name your thing Motion? Good catch. That screenshot confirms exactly the canvas. Okay, OX is on the move with that fix, apparently. Okay, I need to get this video rendered properly, and it really is frustrating me, so I'm gonna upload a reference image and we're gonna fix this. Whoops daisies, that's not what I wanted. I think I have to do plus, yeah, plus and then drop them in there. I started out as a action script developer making animated and interactive websites with Flash. Oh, motion. That makes sense. What is the name of the CLI tool I use? Yeah, it's what Edo Meat said. It's Shepherd. The tools I use is if you type in tools in the chat, I just put it into the chat. Shepherd is gonna be live eventually, but on GitHub. Okay, let's reference this. And then let's reference that image 1 in the prompt. So let's copy this prompt. Or no, you know what? Let's do this. This is the best one so far, so let's just copy this prompt. Where are we at? Reuse. And then let's put that into here. It's so hard to generate these character videos. It's way harder than I thought. It's gonna be so hard to make an anime. It's gonna be so hard to make anime. To get the actual videos correct. But over time, I just want to get better at it though. So the AI will get better and I'll get better at communicating and with it, you know. Here's the prompt that I want to update. Oh, shoot. I didn't mean to click enter. I did. What I want to do is I want to, oh, wait. Whoa, no. See how it does this at reference to Mookie when I copy it? Interesting. I can't copy that anymore. Alright, let me go into my actual thing and just create it from scratch. Okay, I want a green screen video of Mookie doing meditation. I have an image here as a reference, so I need to reference image 1 using the Higgsfield Seedance 2.5 skill, prompting skill. I want him to do a meditation and his tail should be moving in the background. He starts off in like his hands are in like a prayer way, like in the middle. He's like doing this prayer pose, and then he goes to his fingers and his pointer finger touching his thumb with the 3 fingers like open and his arms open to the side in a meditation pose. The background needs to be green screened, but I want the depth of this to be described with the floor of his positioning. He should be positioned about 10 feet back from the camera, and I want you just to make sure you reference the NV file for Mookie as well, to make sure he's described properly in the scene. Okay, let's just try to do it from scratch because the other prompts seem to be faltering. They just seem to be faltering. And let's see, OX Alpha still over here working. Working on this game. And I think is my app done? I got so many projects going on right now. My app is done, so let's rebuild the flow. Whoops, not that. Okay, so now when I go into here, it should stop at why are you doing this, and it shouldn't go past it. Yep, why are you doing this, and then I pick it, and then it saves. Mookie pops up, boom, there we go. That's perfect. I'll try to add something new that's not in the database already. Vibe. Let's just put vibing. That's not in the database. So that immediately starts the timer for the new action that I'm taking. Okay. Whoops. This is taking a while to get this game up and running with OX Alpha. I do have to say, I feel like Grok would have probably made this in 2 seconds. We should give it to Grok. Let's give it to Grok. Let's give Grok. This is what we should do. Let's create a new folder inside of Vibing. Let's create a OX Alpha. This is the game, racing game. File, new folder. Let's just call it race, and then we'll just call it Grok. And then add it to the folder list. Vibing race Grok. Now let's give it the prompt slash. Oh no, wait, we need to do who. Oh no. Oh, I just click right there. Okay, I want you to create me a React website using the npm package Vite, spelled V-I-T-E, and to spin up a localhost. And then I want you to create me this game. It's a 2D racing game that has these cars driving around the track. So you have to create the track and the cars and all the assets, and then I want to use the arrow keys to move around, and then the space bar should be like a boost to boost the car. And how it should function when loading into the race is that it should count like 30 seconds, and if you click join race, then you like log in to be part of the race and you're queued in. And then once a race is over, then it starts again like 30 seconds and you can join race and queue in, and then there's like only so many slots for the amount of people who can join into the race. But once a race is over, it just starts a new race and it kicks everybody out, and then you have to join in again. And here's the image of what it should kind of look like. Okay, so we're giving the same style of prompt to Grok inside of its own folder, and we're gonna see if Grok can make a better multiplayer racing game than this zero auth. Why is Grok trying to access this right now? They don't need access to that. Oh, because the MCP server, that's why. OX Alpha is still thinking away on how to turn its game into a viewable game. It's amazing how long it takes. Okay, let's get back to Mookie the Monkey while we're waiting here for these two guys to execute meditation video. Okay, prompt, here we go. Using Higgsfield Seedance prompt to build this Seedance 2.0. I actually want 2.5, but that's okay. keyframe timeline. It actually included it this time. Let's go. Wait, why is it so many seconds? 10 seconds. I need the prompt to be updated for Seedance 2.5, and also it's only a 4-second video, it's not this long. So this needs to get rewritten completely, but I want you to reference the original prompt I gave to recreate this in 4 seconds with Seedance 2.5. I think there might be a difference in the 2.5 and 2.0 with the way prompts are created. Just slightly, but not like a lot. You think OX Alpha is better than Xelam Flash? What else you want to check? I feel like Grok has been the one that people are using because it's so cheap compared to like look at this. Grok's versus Fable 5. This is the price. The price is going, it's the bottom, and it's starting from 0 all the way to this side, and it's going to $18, and then this is the cursor benchmarks. So we have Fable 5 is so expensive versus Grok, so that's the reason why I think I was testing 0x alpha towards Grok. It's also really cheap. Okay, so I wanted to have the reference to the... Oh wait, Mookie's not being referenced. I need Mookie to be referenced as in @Mookie in the prompt, and also @image1 also, because that @image1 is a reference to Mookie in a meditative pose. The amount of work I'm gonna have to put into an animation is gonna be insane. The amount of prompts to create an anime show. We'll see though. Maybe it'll be easier. I'm trying to get something really specific right now with the green screen thing, so. It's still working. Oh, there we go. Starting to actually see what it's doing. It's not done yet though. Was that data that like older or something? Open router rankings. This is the rankings for the most used agents on Open Router, and it's Hermes. Do you guys call it Hermes or Hermes? It's Code, Claude Code second, Kilo Code. I've never heard of Kilo Code actually. Codex is all the way down here at 8. Oh, that's just because people are not using open code to interact with Codex, because they're probably just interacting with the actual desktop window. Maybe that's why Hermes is at the top, because is it only accessible via this or no? Does Hermes Agent have its own CLI tool? I kind of want to create a Obsidian database now. I think it might be useful because I've been trying to remember information for my characters, and I'm like, this is probably where Obsidian will be really useful, is character information. Hermes. Click here to expand. Alright, so Mookie character meditation video has been updated. Finally, just hopefully perfecting this prompt to be what I want it to be. 2 tags, @Mookie carries the meditation pose. Yes, that is right. That is right. 4 seconds. Okay, we're good to go. Let me add the actual image in here. Bing bada boom. So now every time it references @image1, it should be, nope, it's not referencing this correctly. It's not referencing this correctly. Where's @image1 referenced in here? Okay, let's replace image1 with @image1. Oh, because there's a space. Okay, let me do this. @image1 is being referenced incorrectly, so everywhere in this prompt needs to be updated to this. @image1. I'm gonna leave this prompt open for a second while I wait for this answer. Should be pretty fast. Outside? I think it's just hit the limits. You think alpha hit the limits? What is this 13% context window? 13% use of the context window. Oh yeah. It says right here. What do I slash usage? Can I do slash usage on this? Okay, here we go. This is the new prompt for Mookie. Higgsfield is a website to help generate videos. Okay, here we go. Mookie meditation, Mookie's character. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be so much better. Do we make it a green screen though? Why do I feel like this is not going to be a green screen if I hit enter? Something off about this. Oh no, here we go. An empty chroma key green screen. Okay, yeah, that's correct. It's correct. Okay. We're chilling, we're chilling, we're chilling. Generate. Okay, so now it's gonna be Grok versus Alpha. OX Alpha. Wait, I'm trying to pull up Grok. Grok already finished or no? No, Grok's right here. It's thinking. It's still working. I wonder how long it's gonna take these guys to finish this game. See if I can play it already. This is what OX Alpha is creating. The reference image was this image right here. Let's try to play it, even though it's not finished yet. So, ideally, it's gonna have multiple people, or multiple people can join in here once it's live. Like we could all play this together. But once you finish, oh, how many laps? You do 2 laps. I just want to complete it. I want to complete the game. Because I have to see what happens. Finished. So what if somebody just is not playing, then it should time out? You know? Because imagine somebody doesn't finish and it just sits there. That would be annoying. I need to go check something really quickly. Also add drift. Okay, I'll add drift. Winner gets a 20x Claude subscription. Alright. Let me look at my app while I'm waiting for this. On the page where it says why you're doing this, I don't want anything pre-selected. Unless I'm clicking from no wait, actually that works perfectly. Oh wow, that works perfectly. Never mind, I don't have to update that. That's crazy. The settings icon in the menu, it should be blue, like the default blue that it was at one point. It got modified when I was changing the colors icons in the inside of the settings view, but that actual icon should be the default blue color. I'm just looking at my app right now, just seeing if I need if I can make any see any changes I want to make. What I want to do is I want to test out to make sure the video recording part of the app is working good on my phone. Problem is I can't use my phone while I'm live streaming because I use my phone as a camera. Let's see if Mookie's... Here's Mookie. Oh, he's just so close. That's the only thing it is. Notice his tail is not as dynamic. When you give a reference image, I think it becomes more locked. Because when I had a character, look at how much more fluid his legs are moving. Look at how more fluid his tail is moving. Once I gave it the reference image, everything became way more locked in. His tail is not fluidly moving. He doesn't move his legs as much or anything. So I would say that's an L with the reference. This is better. So close. Gosh, it's so close. His tail just goes off of the screen right there. And I want it to stay on the screen, so maybe I could just reframe it somehow. Let's try that. Upload a reference image. Let's just, yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's just add more space on the side. I'm deleting this one. I don't think I'm gonna do that ever again. At least not for a while. I think reference images... I think what's useful in Seedance 2.5 Higgsfield, using it, is to have all of the references be elements. So when you create an element, it makes it way more... makes it way more dynamic. For some reason, when you add an image as a reference, something happens weird. From my experience, it seems to be what happens. We're 20 minutes in. Grok's 20 minutes in. Grok usually doesn't always take that long, so I'm assuming Grok's about to be done. You know, it usually chooses to not take more than 30 minutes, just based off, like, I feel like it's almost hard coded into it to like finish it within an hour, or like maybe as quick as possible. It's amazing how many agents I can have open
and still have 40 to 50% idle CPU utilization and still have only 50 gigabytes. I feel like I would be maxing everything out by having this many agents open. Or like, yeah, it seems actually kind of wild. You could render it in landscape and crop it, yeah. Yep. This is sick, the hologram of the brain. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, this is my, cause it's about, you know, I fell into the depression, so I had to understand what was happening inside of my mind. And, it was interesting cause, you know, I was working out every day, eating healthy and coding my software business, had happy customers and everything was seemingly fine, and I fell into depression. So it's very interesting how the outside world was. If someone was looking at me from the outside world, they'd be like, what's wrong? But I had to learn what was wrong with me inside of my mind. So that's why the opening animation of the app is that, and then it goes into you signing up for your account. Once you go through there, that's like the login view. Yeah, KRZO. I realized that the reason behind my actions was fear-based. The application I'm coding is about understanding whether I'm acting out of fear or love. And I realized after sitting in silence for 2 years journaling and trying to understand how I got to the point where I was in a depression and how do I get out of it, I realized that there's 1,000 ways to describe fear and there's 1,000 ways to describe love, and all of those are different words, but ultimately one operation is disconnected, one operation is connected. You know, one state of mind is lonely while the other state of mind is at peace, content, or bonded and connected. You know, you could be angry. So what's the energy which is pushing me into the action? What's the energy which is pushing me into the action? This is what the app is about. It's about understanding the true reason behind what I'm doing, and whether the action I'm taking is based in fear or based in love, and that's what I'm working on. So I know you're new here, that's why I'm giving you a rundown, but a lot of people who hang out with me often in the chat, they already realize this information. So sometimes I don't talk about it all the time when people come into the chat and ask me, hey, what are you building? Because I get that question a lot, and sometimes like 90% of the people who are watching and hanging out with me already understand what the app is. So sometimes when I talk about the app, I'm only talking to you. Like I'm talking to you specifically. So that's why I created this exclamation point build command, which allows me to send like, hey, what are you building? And then if you want to like read that Medium post, you can understand like how I got to where I'm at right now and understanding why this matters and stuff like that for myself and for anybody else who might be in the same position I once was in. And I'm just honestly waiting for this 0x auth game to finish, and I'm really excited in also Mookie meditation, but I want to see the comparison between Grok and alpha.
It's like a racing game thing. And what would be awesome is to get this racing game up on Vercel and then have a way to easily get simple things like this live for us to play together. You tried picking avocados and you failed. I gotta drink my green juice. You're almost at your token limit. Price, how long did it take to build the racing game? The initial prompt for OX Alpha was, I think, 20 minutes. Does it say in here? It doesn't ever give me like the full time. It says thought for 30 seconds. I don't know where it tells me the full time it took to do this, but it tells me inside of Shepherd. In Shepherd, it'll say right here, 40 minutes. It's taken Alpha, and Grok is on 28 minutes. It says 28 minutes inside of Grok 2 right here, actually, in the bottom right corner. But open code doesn't seem to give me any time, or neither does the alpha. So that's weird. I think I did it twice though. Yeah, I think I did it twice. It was like 22. It was like 22 minutes, and then I did it again, and then I think it just kept the timer running. I think Shepherd just keeps the timer running if you ask another question. You found that OX Alpha sometimes loops when it can't figure out a solution and never stops trying. Oh, you know what? That's what might be happening, because the solution that the thing I had was so simple. It was just like, hey, this isn't fitting. So let's just ask it. Let me try to just ask it mid-prompt. Are you struggling right now? Are you struggling? Why is that so funny? All green included rejoin and map rotation, orange oval sunset loop, cleaning up debug output, and restarting your server. Okay, it's almost done. Restarting the server soon. I'm not sure about Grok though. Can you mid-prompt Grok? How much longer you got, dude? Let's see if Grok can say that. Answer that. Okay, so let's look at this Mookie thing. Remember we were trying to do this. Oh, it works good. Look at that. It works perfect. Okay, so now I know. For the future, just do reframe. If I need the character to be in a bigger space. Wow, I finally learned my lesson with that one. Okay, let's download this. Download. I don't really like how it's light in the background though. Like this light is gonna mess with it. It's gonna mess with the ability to remove it from the background.
but let's try. Let's just try our best, see what we can do. I want to continue that video, I think, a little bit longer. Edit, remove, upscale frame, extend. Extend. Okay. I'm gonna extend it, but first I'm gonna add it to the app. I want this video added into the app. Specifically, once I'm entering in from the home page, clicking the heart button, and then answering, like noticing a feeling and going through that flow. Once I get to the end, I want, if the feeling that was clicked was on fear-based side, then I want this video to pop up, which is a video of Mookie doing meditation pose. The background is a green screen, so I want this to be, I want this background removed and only the character left so that it works in light mode and dark mode. And he has like a little shadow underneath him, so it depending on how difficult it is to keep it, I think it might be easier to remove that shadow. But if you're able to somehow keep it, then that would be nice to keep the shadow. But either way, I want to try to remove this background. There's also a white, like lighter green shade that goes like directly around him, which may increase the difficulty of cropping out this background. So I want you to just try your best as you're trying to only get the character. See, that's the one problem, is that light in the background. That's gonna make it hard to crop out. And the shadow too. So the current video that's in there, on that page after you save the action, it should stay for when like a love-based feeling is selected. And this is the video for a fear-based feeling. I think what I'm going to do is also update the thumbs up video because I want it to be more dynamic. It looks 2D, it looks too much like a 2D rendering, and I kind of like the way this has better, like it has like a 3D feel to it. It's the lighting, I think. There's like shadow. You see there's shadows and stuff, and in the one where he's jumping up from like a trampoline, this one, he doesn't have any shadows. There's no shadows. There's not like 3D texture to it. It's very, very 2D. And I personally, I think I'm starting to like the more 3-dimensional look. It looks way cooler. So we just gotta make sure when I'm doing my prompts that I'm including that into the descriptions. So looks like we got some finished output here. Yeah, it looks like this is some finished output here. Okay, done. Server restarted. Refresh. Localhost 8765. Hard refresh your browser. Okay, let's hard refresh the browser. This is the game. So for anyone who just dropped into the stream, this is the game I've been trying to have OX Auth, which is a stealth LLM model that's free to use right now. So there's no cost and it's unlimited use. And I had it create this game, and I also have Grok creating this game as well to see a comparison. And let's see. I want to get so you guys can load into the game. Because anyone who... Wait. It says that you use W for gas. I don't know how to control it yet. W for gas, left and right for steering, and S for brake, space for drifting, and R for rescue. It's very complicated. Like it almost feels like you're riding a bike that the handlebars go the opposite direction, because you have to, like, you know, when you're upside down like here, left is right and right is left, so it feels awkward. But I think that's kind of part of the game, you know. And if you go into the white area, it slows you down significantly. So, like, honestly, it's about staying on the road. It's actually complex. It's actually pretty complex. Did a good job. Okay, that's decent. So 14 people can load into that at the same time. I think we should get that onto server so we could play it. You guys want to do that? What time is it? Should we get that on? Should we make that public? The car is like an insect. How much longer, dude? That's what I asked Grok last time I was in here. It's done. The game is running. Oh my gosh, the game is running. It's done. Why is it still running? Why is it still coding then? Oh my gosh, wait, look at how much more realistic it looks. This is the image reference, by the way, for anybody who wasn't here. It looks way more like the image. Grok, wow, this is insane. Driver, you can put your name in there. Oh, forget about it. This is pretty good. It starts in 8 seconds? Okay, wait. What's the controls? It's not telling me the controls. Arrows, drive, spacebar is nitro. I kind of like the concept. Oh, look at the cars though. They're not like rendering in the proper area. And what is going on? How do I... No, it's broken. No, it's terrible. I think OX Auth is gonna win because look at how terrible this is. Can't even look at all the cars. We can't. There's nowhere to go. The view actually looks good from like a design perspective, but the game just does not function at all. Can't even. What kind of crappy game is this? I'm screenshotting it. Crappy thing. Grok. What is Grok doing? It's still coding though. One command still running. Maybe it's not done yet. Maybe that's why. It looks way cooler though. What is this? Circle race. I like how it breaks though in the white area. Something about this seems like it actually is like a good game. This one, it looks cool, but it doesn't feel like it would be as fun. Like the skill gap. This one has a skill gap to it because the road is so skinny and there's a way to slow you down. This one, it just seems like I'll just be driving around hitting nitrous. Like where is like the difficulty of it? So you'd have to update this one to make it the skill gap be greater. You know, that's why the game of Fortnite was so awesome when it was first launched, because the skill gap of a good player to a bad player was large. Like they made the game have the ability for good players to be good and for the bad players to be bad, because there was walls and you could block shots, and you know what I mean? Like just having walls was like a defense thing. But like if you're say you're playing like a first person shooter who's like Call of Duty or something, it's a little bit harder because the skill gap is smaller in a game like that. Or like, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's high quality, but it's not good. Not a good game. So Tega, I was just trying to compare Grok with 0x Alpha for fun, just for fun. And I would say I'm actually shocked by the Alpha model. I think it's a decent model for the fact that they're offering it for free. And also there's nobody else in the game. So why did Grok render a bunch of random players in the game? It says like NPC players or something. Alright guys, so I'm going to take a break before I keep finishing working on my application. I'm gonna go outside and get some food and stuff like that. And where the application is at, I just want to give a quick rundown of the application. It's at a point where I'm getting pretty close to the MVP being built out. So I have to create an AWS account specifically for this application, and then just be able to get it live. Like that's the ultimate goal, is just get it live, create the logo. I haven't created the logo, and so there's just some finishing touches. It's starting to get to the point where it's almost completed. I think the feelings could be displayed a little bit better because it's kind of small. So a couple of UI changes and getting the AWS server up and running, creating the logo, because I have the font for the logo, like that's the font, but I don't have like the icon. So that's going to take some time before I figure out what works. And then, I have a couple other features to include into the app. But other than that, everything's working well, and it got a few changes to the flow of the app and how it works when adding information. So, and then Mookie is obviously doing his meditative pose, which was shocking how hard it was to get the green screen background of him doing this. But we'll try again tomorrow and see if we can make it perfect. Alright, so I'm online every single day, guys, and whenever I'm off stream, I go and check the Discord, see what you guys are talking about, if you're sharing what you're working on or anything like that. So I hope you guys have a good day, and or a good night if it's late where you are, and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace out. See you later, Motion, Price, Tega, anyone else who's in the chat. I'm seeing you guys. Joe. Okay.